Okay, certainly one of the subjects we're going to cover tonight is going to be RFK's brainworms, and this is going to be on Infinite Plane Radio, which you can catch here at IPS Think Tank on Twitter. But the brainworm story stands out because we were just talking about the deer virus, which is in 33 states, which seems to be some kind of code. And Cub started pointed out in our Gilded that this seems to be connected to perhaps the nematode parasite brainworm, which is common to white-tailed deer. And he's, of course, talking about RFK Jr. He's part of this Kennedy PSYOP family, and there may be some significance to this thing. And someone had pointed this out also in Discord. So I want to get into some of this. Here's something worth noting. His spasmodic dysphonia kicked in when he was 42. And that's a neurological disorder, brain disorder, 42. Just like, for example, his father was killed at 42, and JFK, the most famous headshot in the world. So there's some kind of a theme here that I'm finding to be kind of interesting. And I noted something similar just with the Bidens, looking at this 46, because, JFK was 46, Biden, 46th president, and we were noting, he's the second Catholic president. And his son, Beau, has a brain tumor and dies at 46. So we've been picking up on these connections, these patterns between these world stage characters. And the Kennedys are just incredibly fascinating. Kevin Mooring noted JFK died at the hole in the brain, so this plays into the hole in the brain script. And something else interesting is one of the photographers who photographed RFK Jr.'s death as he fell to his death in 1968 was at ground zero on 9/11, 33 years later, and was the photographer who shot the, quote, falling man. And that photo is now in the possession of Rocket Man Elton John, who collects snuff films, apparently. But more on this RFK. There's got to be more to it than the brainworm, and someone had posted something.
Okay, I am cutting myself off. That was just a snippet from one of my Twitter spaces. If you didn't know, my main Twitter channel was banned from spaces preemptively, likely because Musk is a baby and their entire mind control operation is very sensitive to criticism. But my main account is blocked. My other backup is not. Same phone, same app. I'm not blocked on this one. And I stopped paying for premium because I was being denied the best features. So no big deal. If you go to my Twitter account, IPS Think Tank, not only can you listen live, but you can also get the archives there because they're recorded live, streamed live, and archived there automatically, raw. So if there's anything that gets cut off or clipped, you'll get the full version on X. So go to IPS Think Tank, and in the main newsletter, when I send out live notifications, there's a list of places you can go to listen live, and I added it. So there you go. And that was a conversation which we'll carry on about RFK Jr.'s hole in the brain, the brainworm. Unusual story might be a metaphor for the mind virus that he carries, the anti-V mind virus. That's likely the subtext there. Thank you very much. We got a super chat from Thirst for Truth, keeping gas in the tank. I sent out a newsletter this morning about the path to victory. And the path to victory here, the legal victory, is pretty much paved. There's just a matter of going through the right process. And much of it is paperwork, which is not really my specialty. So the next steps to total legal victory were sent out on a newsletter. And I'll put a link if you want to read that. And I generated this image of a cyborg penguin in a tank in front of the courthouse, in front of the media, adjacent to a caged goldfinch. But the next steps, there will be motions filed to serve Goldfinch electronically, subpoenas sent, multiple requests to get email exchanges between Goldfinch and YouTube's legal department so we can find out who specifically was involved in fraudulently stealing my content, representing this other person as me. And I'm also going to be getting copies of all of my criminal complaints filed since 2018 to FBI, IC3, DA's offices in several states, and all the police reports for cyber stalking. All of this is going to be presented to the other party and the court before the case management meeting in July. And then I have an ACPA case. This is Anti-Cyber Squatting Consumer Protection. And I've already filed this before. I was just unable to serve him. But once he's served, I will have this refiled and I'll nail him with it. It's a 32-page complaint for a lot of basically property crimes, intellectual property theft. Cyber squatting, domain squatting is one of these things where if you can prove it's done in bad faith, you can win. And I have confessionals. So that's happening. But my point here is that between now and July, I have a lot of legal work to do. So any support that you show the channel is going to go into that because this is winnable. It's winnable, and I think that the better a case I build leading up to July, the more likely Google will settle with me and offer the head of Goldfinch on a charger to hand over to the FBI, which is the objective. We want victory. You know, we're not seeking dollar signs, we're seeking victory, because victory means this channel gets back to what it should have been were it not for government interference. And we have legitimately been targeted with censorship. Not the fake censorship from the fake alt media, but real censorship, which we have been pretty immune to. And that's solely the result of our collective intention of keeping this thing running. So I appreciate all of the support, and I'm really looking forward to this summer. I see this as a win. Portal says zookeepers got pinched for painting dogs to look like pandas. Yeah, I saw that in China. The people who think pandas are fake are going to have a field day with that. Joined by a number of individuals on YouTube, Jimbo Kimbo, Jungle Jim, Dua Sempera, Ted Stryker, Ollie Goering, Diana South, X322, Citizen Z. Diana South says head on a charger. Yeah, John the Baptist's head was on a charger, not a silver platter. Someone had corrected me on that. They're like, no, it's not a silver platter, it's a charger. There's a famous painting that shows this. Give me here in a charger the head of John the Baptist. And that's from Matthew 14:8. And that was Herod's daughter. Matt X has just rolled in. Okay, we have about 40 here in YouTube. And on all the other channels, a few dozen. So, okay, let's go ahead and start going over today's notes. I just uploaded a video to the main channel. Chemtrails don't exist, debate me. And that's where we're at. You know, I'm not going to sit here day after day reciting the same points. I think at this point, we need to move this forward. We need to move the conversation forward. And I'm making a promise here, a pledge. If a chemtrail believer can convert me, I will be the #1 chemtrail activist in the country. I will throw SpaghettiOs at priceless paintings. I will play in the freeways. I will glue myself to airplanes. I will not set myself on fire, but I will make a fool of myself on TV in some way to draw attention to the ongoing genocide in progress that's been going on longer than I've been alive, honestly. I've been genocided by chemtrails my whole life. Who knows what my lungs look like? So convince me that I'm a victim and that we're being attacked. Same goes for climate change activists. If you believe in climate change, convince me, and I will be more Greta than Greta, because I am a man of action, and I don't understand why people who believe in these things don't become activists. Where's your... Maybe it saps your motivation. Is that what it is? I used to hear this thing that, oh, they're putting fluoride in the water because it makes you apathetic and turns you into a communist. Well, maybe it's the same thing with chemtrails. Maybe they do exist, and it's some kind of pacification drug. Just pacifies us. Adaptivia joined us. Penguin Audio over there in Twitch. Aries1, thank you for showing up. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. We missed yesterday, but I was neck deep in paperwork. Let me play this clip. This was sent to me by Mr. Trustworthy. Santos Bonachos returns. The Sheep and the Goats 2024. This is good because he had a pretty good, or I won't say good. He had a terrible meltdown I mean, I would hate to even describe the type of meltdowns this individual's had on live streams, uh, violent threats against people in debates and that kind of thing. But he seems to have calmed down, and he's on this show called Killa Priest Podcraft. And I like a lot of what he says, although he has his own spin on things. But apparently, at about an hour and 38 minutes in, he suggests that the Earth is an infinite plane. So let me go ahead and get to that clip. And again, thanks for sending this to me, Mr.
Beautiful
Trustworthy.
Dresden type Romanesque buildings. How did that happen in about 40 years with horse and cart? I'd like to answer that question, please, because Melbourne was founded. It wasn't built. It was founded by the Masons, by the goat people, and Australia is the doorway to Antarctica. And once we realise that the plane we live on is infinite, then we will realise that we can have realities, we can go to other extraterrestrial tourist field planes.
Now, I like this idea that, yeah, you can go to Mars, you just got to get a boat or take a long walk to Saturn. I like the notion that you don't have to travel through space to get to extra land, more land. And I don't know how this would work. It's interesting to contemplate, but it's no more science fiction-y or speculative than mainstream science's concept of space travel, which is a new age concept. It's allegory. It's not science. And by the way, for all those who are still debating or on the fence about whether the moon landing was faked, man went to the moon. But it was movie magic that brought us there, not science. There are some things that we talk about quite often as being fake, but we have to emphasize that there's a reason why people believe in it, and it's because they're not factoring in movie magic and special effects. And that's almost an answer for anything. Special effects. If you're not including in your assessment of the world as perceived through the ubiquitous screens, through all the mediation, if you're not including lies, visual lies, then you're lied to. You're a carrier of lies, a believer in lies. And we're moving, I believe, at least those of us who are skeptical, towards a place of honesty. And part of this is, of course, stripping away the self-deception, self-gaslighting. And a lot of this stuff is reflexive. They program us to be self-gaslighting. But anyway, many people will hear this and they'll scoff. But, there's this question like, what's at the edge? And it's like, well, what's at the edge presumes we're assuming that the world as we know it is all there is, and that you fall off. And I'm like, no, I don't know what's beyond. I don't trust the model, so why would I artificially presume there'd be an edge? But those who accept this model believe that there is an edge to the universe, more or less, but it's just way out there and it's expanding. But they have no answer. What's beyond the point where the universe expands? What's at the edge of the universe? No answer. That's no less ludicrous a question than asking what's at the edge of the earth if it's not a ball. The difference is those who believe in the establishment model have their questions conveniently placed light years away. And those of us who reject that model have our question marks a few thousand miles away. Antarctica, the North Pole, what's up, what's down, these are all question marks for me. And this is a place of agnosticism, which is far more defensible than the comfortable acceptance of establishment explanations, which are provably debunkable, questionable, and are derived from sources that are known for lying and psyoping and bending the news, bending everything. They bend our horizons. Dinah South says, make a fake commercial for lawyers for chemtrail lung settlement. Maybe we should start with that. I like that idea. Are you affected by chemtrail lung? We have to come up with a list of symptoms. And one of them could be sleeplessness, paranoia, whatever it is. We could attach it to a lot of things. We could probably raise a lot. Honestly, there's a lot of people who would suddenly start coughing. Thirst says, I blame Richie from Boston. He chem-boofed thousands while on YouTube. Oh, yeah. I remember how this spread, the belief in it. And it's word of mouth. It's proselytizing. And it's an appeal to ignorance, meaning if you don't know what causes it, then you are the target market for this idea, for this theory, this explanation, this false explanation. Let's see here. Duis in Paris says, poor Richie from Boston is upset because the end of the world is dragging out too long. Oh yeah, people have been predicting the end of the world for how long? And it's become the main feature of trutherism, calling it the end times. Jay Digg says, Killah Priest was part of the Wu-Tang Clan, or Wu-Tang adjacent. It's a really good podcast. I mean, if you like astrotheology, and it's educational at a minimum, just learning a little bit about archaic worldviews and the pre-Copernican concept of the world. Duis in Paris says, they could have put stickmen on the moon and true believers would believe regardless. That's absolutely correct. There's nothing that can't be made to believe. Nothing. They can insert it into the realm of possibility. It can become believable. And it's true for even the people who are against the mainstream lies. You know, the seekers are constantly misled, and I'm finding people are just lining up behind various Pied Pipers and believing in the most ridiculous things. And I am a critic of religion, but not just mainstream religion, not just scientism, which is a religion, but I'm also a critic of, I would consider like cult type religions that spring up out of nowhere, that need to be analyzed and exposed for what they are. And I think it's very clear that the JFK worship is funded and financed by the same people that brought out the QAnon thing, and it's an intentional act of amalgamating evangelicalism, like the evangelical faith, and New Ageism with Trumpism, but it's 100% a cult. And replacing Jesus with a dead president is insane. It's legitimately insane, but my thinking here, the more I look into it, this is an engineered religion, a paradigm that has been created for the purposes of mind control. And so I'm critical of it, and I'm seeing it blowing up. So it's pretty clear to me that both sides are being targeted with belief systems that further take them away from objective reality. Duis in Paris says, what a fascinating construct is that it expands our observation, renders reality, hence the infinite plane. Right. That's an interesting concept as well. That if reality is some kind of co-creation, then we're on some kind of plane. And that perhaps the areas beyond what we've been shown are yet to be manifested in some way, which is like Minecraft. Do we live on Minecraft? Well, I mean, that's more believable than NASA in a lot of ways. It's not a new concept either. Simulation theory is not new. It's just computer terminology applied to other concepts of our existence and what we are and what it is and what we are in it. And you know, it's established science that we are evolved apes with big egos who cannot confront our own mortality, so we come up with constructs to explain the dead universe. Yeah, we all get that. We all swallowed that pill. We all understood that. We tested on in our indoctrinations, and we've all accepted this is true. This is the establishment model. But I don't think it satisfies all of the available evidence because it discounts individual cognitions when it comes to synchronistic patterning that goes outside of linear causality, and it suggests that the experiencer of this realm is somehow intrinsically linked to it in a cybernetic fashion. And the more I look into media, and I wrote an article about this recently about where media and quote magic intersect, it seems like the entire mass media infrastructure, which is just an updated version of religion, is predicated on this idea. It's predicated on the idea that man needs to be constrained physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. And by spiritually, I mean that part of us that is connected to the whole. And I say they, whoever is ultimately behind this zeitgeist building media infrastructure are templating it off of older stories, archaic myths. And ultimately, and this is why I'm glad that Santos Bonachos is putting out content, it's astrotheological. It's a story that is rooted in the stars. Clockwork says, is that Bonachos? Yep, that's him. Armin Rees joined us, HBIC on Twitch. David Hazel, thank you for joining. Says gravity on the moon is less than that on Earth, therefore stickmin. I think they're already putting time zones on the moon, and they're getting ready to fight over it. But they're going to do everything on the dark side. We're not going to see it. Now, I don't know why they call it the dark side, but the head of NASA actually, said that the moon has a dark side. And that's just the side that we can't see from our perspective. Assuming you believe the establishment model. I mean, I'm kind of like, when I look at the moon, I'm sort of open to several possibilities, but I find it to be perplexing that it's both tidally locked and it rotates every 27 days. Like, how does that happen? It has to be one or the other. Either it's rotating or it's tidally locked, but it's somehow both. All right, let's continue. J. Dig says Washington State is spraying for spongy moth tomorrow, non-toxic for people or pets allegedly, but people are advised to stay indoors and it will leave a sticky film where it lands. Spongy moth, okay. I'm still waiting for the cicada infestations. That was supposed to happen during the eclipse. Linda Curtis says, what if this place is majority belief created? Yes, that's a good question. Let's say that is the case. Well, it's clear that the majority have been converted into matrix batteries, and they are manifesting the belief that reflects the interests of those at the capstone, that we've been hijacked. So it's interesting to, consider, what is the influence of the individual on the collective. And some may want to just rule that out and say, no, there is no connection. You're just an ape. And you think too highly of yourself, nothing means anything. Some people get off on saying that. It's like, what are you? Ministry of Love, O'Neill, he's torturing Winston, just explaining to him how he's a speck of dust, how he's meaningless, and how everything is ultimately under Big Brother's control. And some people seem to revel in that. Like, oh, look at you, you silly ape. You think that this means anything. Well, I have plenty of personal anecdotes, but I don't promote that as evidence that there is meaning to it. But if you don't experience this place as intrinsically meaningful and responsive to your thoughts, that's on you. But you can't just say it's apophenia and close a book on it without confining yourself to what I would consider to be a form of illiteracy. I talk about how the majority today have been rendered into visual illiterates. They can't tell real from fake. Well, that's the mental realm, where they put a blinders over your perceptions, but there's a spiritual blindness, I believe, that has been implemented as well. Actually, that's the design. The mystery schools, it's veiled, and they unveil it for the initiates. But if you're listening to Infinite Plane Radio, not only are you inoculated against Mind War, but you have all the good insider information without having to be an official initiate. No NDAs, no blood oaths, no sacrificing chickens to Moloch. You just listen here, and you become the most informed audience on the plane, even more informed than most of the perpetrators in the Mind War, who can't even talk about it because they're compromised. We're uncompromised, unchained, unboxed, uncontrolled opposition. TikTok will automatically label AI-generated content. Why? Because people are visually illiterate. They have to be told, this is real, this is fake. We have to hold them by the hands because they will believe anything because they have no mental immune system, aka mind aids. And there is a cure for mind aids. It's called skepticism. It's called rejecting the authority of the screen. TikTok announced it will automatically slap labels on AI-generated content and videos to better inform users. TikTok has adopted content credentials, which attach metadata to posts to help platforms identify which posts are AI generated. This will be rolled out on Thursday and in the next few days. So there you have it. They have to tell you real or fake because you can't tell for yourself. Welcome to the desert of the designated real. Dewis in Paris says, whether it's Minecraft or simulation or God's green earth, it's still our present reality and the only one we have presently. So it doesn't matter what we call it. To me, the question isn't shape. The question is open or closed system. And I think the artificial closing of the system is what we're really looking at when we're looking at the model we've been given. And again, it's not about shape. The blinders they put on you to turn you into a believer effectively close you off against arriving at the correct interpretation of things. You're never going to see a psyop, or you're never going to see propaganda or perception management operations for what they are, because you're wearing this digital hoodwink over your face, this digital veil. Until you remove it, you're going to be walking around as a dupe. It's absolutely the case. You are a fool. Truman in a Truman Show. Until you, and this is not something anyone can do for you. This is why I don't think it makes any sense to try to wake people up. No one can tell you what to believe, if your operating system is trusting the screen. Then it becomes a battle of which authority do I trust, mainstream or alt? And if you're trusting alternative authorities, you're falling for the main trap that gets 99% of the freethinkers and gets them into the anti-position. Mr. Trustworthy says, Dr. Sebi cured chemtrail lung with a smoothie consisting of vinegar and 7 crows fed through the nose. Someone's going to try that. Diana South says, ferment those cicadas and make vinegar or wine. Joined by Howard Boyd. Hey, Timmy, grace and peace. Good job. Thank you for joining. And I'm going to read the comments on the main videos here in a moment. I upload videos on the main channel, and I'm trying to get those comments first. Stranger Day says, the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds put on an amazing demonstration of precise control of totally natural condensation trails here as they roared over our city last weekend. Yeah, again, how many decades have you been inhaling chemtrails, and what effect has it had on you? Show me your chemtrail lung. Show me an x-ray. Show me where the airlines or the secret military jets or drones or unicorns or whatever is spraying the skies, show me where it has affected you. And show me where or how the chemtrail theory is more likely to be true than climate change. Because right now, climate change theory beats chemtrail theory if you're just going by argumentation. It's just the facts. The other, a major fact here to point out, is that both chemtrail theory and climate change theory are both fake. They're both false. These are both psyops. Stranger Day says, straw man much. No, I'm pointing out that chemtrails is a belief system. It's a belief that is attached to this boxed paradigm. It's the right-wing version of climate change. And all you can do is deny yourself any kind of information about condensation trails, about the upper atmosphere. And if you make an argument from ignorance, you may convince the ignorant. You can appeal to them. But those who know aren't going to fall for it. And my point here is that you can't win this debate without studying both sides. And so I'm hoping that one of you who truly believes that you're being harmed by, quote, chemtrails can maybe debate me on this and educate yourself about the contrail side and then debunk contrails. Debunk contrails. Debunk the globe. It's not enough to say the earth is flat and then never talk about the globe model. So you're going to say those are chemtrails, but you're never going to talk about contrails? Like, I'm talking about the measurable effects of hot air in the rarefied atmosphere above 20,000 feet. Like, why is that even controversial to say? Have you ever taken boiling water on a winter morning in freezing temperatures and thrown it into the air? Like, this is observation. You know, you can't just reject science. You can reject fake science, but science is based on observations that are testable, repeatable, and if you can find a way to predict chemtrails, you might have a case. But guess what? Contrails are predictable. Stranger Days asks if there can be a third option. Yeah, the third option is this. They don't exist. There's two options, chemtrails or climate change. Somebody's destroying Gaia, and man's doing it. But who do we blame? Do we blame consumers and capitalism or government? It depends on your political predilections, left, right, controlled opposition, and mainstream. The third option is agnosticism, or I would say a realistic perspective. Both of these are psyops. Enslaved by Truth says the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds use smoke trails, not contrails. Exactly. Yeah, I read your long comment, Stranger Days, and I can read it. In fact, if everyone wants, who wants me to read it? Do we want to get into chemtrail belief systems? Because it's not based on knowledge. You're believing it. And one other point here, there's not unanimous consent. Climate change, people believe climate change is caused by CO2, by cows and cars. But chemtrail believers have like 50 different things they point to. Oh, it's HARP. No, it's stratospheric injections. No, it's invisible planes. It's drones. It's airlines. Like, which planes is it? And the fact of it is, there are like 50,000 channels on Twitter all day long spamming pictures of regular contrails. So there's no distinction there. There's those who say that contrails are chemtrails, and those who say, no, it's some invisible stuff we don't see. So invisible gases destroying the Earth. Okay, I get it. That's what you're basically saying. And then there's the other thing. Is it poison? Is it setting up the atmosphere to burn? Is it killing the crops? Like, there's so many things that these things are alleged to be doing. But the only thing I can provably show that chemtrails do is they make people apathetic and unwilling to take any action. That's the only thing I can see. So Let's Go says, let's hear it. Okay, I'll go ahead and read your comments, everyone here, so we can see the best argumentation, which is worth hearing. But again, one more point I have to bring out here. The burden of proof is on you. You have to prove your chemtrails. Prove it. I don't have to prove contrails. Contrails exist. I could create them. You can't create chemtrails. So let's go ahead and go through this. I'll read it just because. Here he says, Tim, you did it. You caused me to stay up past my bedtime writing this long post. So here goes my take on the matter. Why the false dichotomy? I believe it was Duas Impera who suggested there may be a third option. I propose there certainly could be, maybe 4 options. Straw mans should have zero place in the debate. For example, stating if one believes something other than a normal contrail billows behind a plane, they must believe it's a deadly chemical concoction. That's a straw man. Now, is it a straw man? The reason they're called chemtrails is because for decades they have been called chemicals. That's not a straw man. That's using your own label. So don't call them chemtrails. Call them contrails. So it's not a straw man argument. It's you dodging the fact that for decades, your cult, or what I'm going to call it, the chemtrail cult, has been calling it chemicals forever. So don't say that I'm wrong for calling it chemicals when it's called chemtrails. It's not a straw man. He says, what if it's not chemicals or metals? What if it's not organic? Yeah, it's ice, but quote, if I told you there was an air show in my town performed by the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, and as they flew in various formations, white trails appeared behind the jets, and on occasions while they were circling, the trails sputtered off puffs of white clouds in an on and off manner. Does that have to be all natural and organic condensation trails, or is it metal, chemicals, cocktails, strontium, aluminum, and barium? What if it's neither? Maybe it's just smoke, like Skyriders used. Edit, I just read Skyriders use low viscosity, watery oil injected into a heater that vaporizes like a large electronic cigarette. Okay, Stranger Day says, for the record, I don't believe in chemtrails. Okay, so you're not even a chemtrail believer, and you're defending chemtrails. This is interesting. I don't know where to go with that. Like, who's the chemtrail that you're defending here? Or are you positing that there's something else going on? So we'll get to it. Let's continue with your very long post. Very well written. By the way, back in those days when I used to see Skyriders weekly, I never saw condensation trails persist and grow and spread to form odd oil stain looking cirrus clouds that eventually grayed out the entire sky. So here's a challenge. Here's a challenge. Because I get a lot of chemtrail believers who will say, I've seen these trails that spread out and cover the entire sky. Do a time lapse. There's nothing more observed in human experience than the sky. Like, the sky is one of the most observed things. We're always looking at the weather. Everybody sees the sky every day. And you're telling me there is not one single time lapse of showing one of these magical things graying out the entire sky. Find me one. Again, burden of proof is on you. Show me something unusual is going on that cannot be explained by conventional meteorology. Prove it. And if you prove it, look, here's the thing. If you can prove the existence of these things and debunk contrails, you will win the internet. Not only will I become your chemtrail champion, but I will make sure that we get a give, send, go, and we'll give tons of money to the lifesaver who managed to put a stop to the poisoning of our children and pets, or whatever it's doing. Goes on to say, I did see a lot of condensation trails, but those trails that dissipate within a few seconds. Okay, today I'm looking up at the sky, and the trails are dissipating in seconds, but that's because of the temperatures. Duas Impera says, I don't think he's defending chemtrails, he just doesn't want the box closed before it's properly looked inside. Well, no, that's not logical if he's not looking at chemtrails as one explanation and contrails as the other. He's ignoring contrails. And if you're not willing to look at the science of contrails, then you are not looking at this completely. Before you can look outside of the box, you have to look at what's in the box. It's like I heard some noise in the woods when I was sleeping last time I went camping. Was it a raccoon? Was it deer? Or was it a Bigfoot? Well, I'm sorry, but that's a non sequitur. The Bigfoot hasn't been established to exist, so you cannot include that in your list of possibilities for what you heard while you were camping that night. Similarly, you cannot throw in something that hasn't been proven to exist without first looking at what does exist. So you hear a noise in the woods. It's a deer, or it's a raccoon, or a bird. It's not Bigfoot. Sorry, not Bigfoot. You see trails in the sky. Is it condensation? Is it jet exhaust? Or is it something that nobody has proven to exist? Sorry, you don't get your chemtrails and you don't get your Bigfoot as an option. They're not in the realm of possibility. So no, it's a non sequitur fallacy. We don't get to say, well, I'm just remaining open-minded. It might be invisible unicorns marking their territory. Sorry, doesn't work. He goes on to say, I was always into flight, even took some flying lessons in the early 80s. I observed jets and planes in awe, and all through the 70s and 80s, I do not recall seeing persistent contrails ever. Now, persistent contrails have been observed since the 50s, or actually since before that, but in the 50s, the Air Force came out with this chart called the Appleman chart, and they used this to predict contrails. Now, why do they predict contrails? Well, you got military jets. If they leave a trail, the enemies will see where they are. So how do you remain stealthy? Don't leave trails. Well, how do you not leave trails? You don't fly in those areas at those altitudes that will produce the trails. It's predictable. It's based on pressure, atmosphere, humidity. That's it. So the fact that it's predictable and there's a chart is something that you must confront. So you cannot make an intellectually honest claim that contrails don't exist. You have to confront that. Goes on to say, I'm not saying they didn't exist, maybe they did, but I didn't start noticing the phenomenon until the 80s. Yeah, they did exist. And a lot of people say, well, you're not old enough to remember. But when I was a kid, the sky was blue and the sun was yellow, and there were no trails. Not true. And I've heard that quite a bit. And the sun is green, by the way. If you want to, but I mean, the sun isn't yellow. It was never yellow. You'll see it maybe yellow or red near sunsets, but or the sky. Is the sky blue? Yeah, it varies. You can't make these blanket statements because it's always changing. But there's no qualitative difference between the sun and the sky from now and decades ago. And that's a argument that many people make. But to continue here, when I started seeing it, I thought it was odd, but I didn't get a whole lot of thought. Then a few years later, shortwave radio, Alex Jones and others started talking about the chemtrails. Could there be another possibility? Could it be a psyop? Could there have been a conspiracy by black operatives to spray inert gas and smoke, pick your non-poison, to start a conspiracy movement that would put division between us? No, it couldn't be that. No way, man. Nobody in government or the media or dark underworld of secret societies, intelligentsia could be so cruel and thoughtless as to conspire to gaslight the public with divisive theater, just like there are no conspiracies to present fraudulent nobody died events to the public, nor to conspire to create illusions of warfare. There are no conspiracies. Okay, now what you're suggesting here is that maybe chemtrails exist, but they're not harmful and they're not changing the weather, but they were put there to convince people that they're harmful and changing the weather. Interesting, but you still have to weigh that against condensation trails. And when you say condensation trails don't exist or it's a fake explanation, you have to go back to 1958's Appelman chart and debunk that. Portal says, remember the parasitic elites walk among us. They wouldn't spray slow death trails and give themselves smoker's cough. Unless the parasitic elite are reptilians and they're making the atmosphere more hospitable to their kind. Enslaved by Truth says, this is an anecdotal trust me bro statement. Some airlines used to let you listen to airplane radio traffic. I was flying on a chemtrail day and the pilots were talking about the extra air traffic. Doesn't mean anything though. Well, that's the thing. The letter here that I'm still reading is suggesting it's not regular airplanes. So you can't even say it's pilots. This is what I mean. It's tricky. Look, it's very tricky. And the truth shouldn't be tricky. Like this guy says, oh yeah, it's being caused by commercial airlines. This guy says, no, it's not airlines. Then what is it? Let me continue to read your post here, but you've established, Stranger Days, that you don't believe in chemtrails. So what are you arguing for? Decorations? They're putting lines in the sky to create the illusions of chemtrails to create a chemtrail movement. Okay, why? If the whole purpose of it is to convince people that the sky is falling, they already have that with global warming. Now, you could say, well, maybe they're spraying the sky to make us think they're spraying the sky, to make us think they're changing the wet. I guess I'm trying to figure out where you're going with it. Let's continue. He says, let's have a debate and acknowledge that the topic is unlike the Mandela, which only has binaries. This topic is non-binary, not just Coke and Pepsi. Even the wokers can appreciate it. Another false dichotomy is that it must be Delta or the military, such as if you fly with Delta, you're killing mankind. How about maybe FedEx or UPS or CIA planes or Chinese planes? We have no problem allowing their balloons to fly. Okay, well, the thing is, the trails that everybody points to, and I'm talking every single chemtrail believer, they all point to commercial airlines. They look at the grids. Nobody's saying, yeah, a bunch of FedEx planes flew over, a bunch of UPS planes, and now there's grids. Nobody makes these distinctions. And if you're going to say there's a distinction, it's on you to prove it. Enslaved says the easiest method would be putting additives in the fuel of select craft. Even with that explanation, you have to deal with predictability. So are they only putting the chemtrail juice in the airplanes on the days where contrails could be formed? Again, it's predictable. That's a problem. In fact, it's not a problem. It's a chemtrail killer. The Appelman chart killed chemtrails. They don't exist. Now, to continue though, if you're saying something is going on, some invisible gas is changing the weather, then please tell me, what is it? Are you just arguing for climate change? I have considered that possibly they do exist and that the chemtrail juice is what melted the steel beams on 9/11. Has anyone considered that? That maybe chemtrails can melt steel beams? That chemtrail juice? All right, continuing, he says, we seem to have no problem with the Chinese balloons, but couldn't it be Chinese planes? So if you say that we should protest in the streets against the PSYOP, who do we protest? China, the UPS? I seem to recall zoomed in photos of planes with no markings. How would I know who to protest against? Okay, there you go. So I'm reading your comments directly. I'm not putting words in your mouth. So you're positing here it could be unmarked planes. Well, where are these unmarked planes? I have to read these. I'm only doing this because they're taking the time to leave these comments, but we're going to debate it because this topic needs to be put to rest. So a follow-up comment. As to bringing a meteorologist to your side, I have to ask, do you assume that no so-called scientist would have a financial or political motivated agenda such as they would never lie? Now, that argument there is suggesting that all meteorologists are lying about chemtrails. Well, again, you have to deal with the charts. You have to deal with the inherent predictability of condensation trails. If they weren't predictable, you might have a leg to stand on. Spirit Jordic says, Tim has gone full pro-CNN, pro-NASA, pro-Wikipedia. Now, on this, I'm going to say you're wrong. Wikipedia, NASA, and CNN would all agree that water is wet. To be a truther now, do you have to say water is dry? That's ridiculous. Just that right there is a mischaracterization of my perspective. If anything, you're pro CNN and you're pro NASA if you believe in chemtrails. You're the one adopting a belief system that serves the power elite, because both chemtrail and contrail get you to accept the premise of anthropogenic climate change. You accepted that premise. Good for you. Spirit Drake says, one of the most intelligent persons I've ever heard went totally in denial of his own eyes. I'm not in denial of what I'm seeing. I see the trails, and again, this Spirit Jordak has no agreement with Stranger Days. He's trying to agree with Stranger Days that I'm somehow a CNN show, but these two guys don't agree. Spirit Jordak believes that it's airplanes, and this other guy says it's not airplanes. So again, there's no agreement among chemtrail believers. Xanit Butane says it could be a pointless division, like the elites are creating random division among people. I think that is it. It is it. I think that chemtrail belief is put there as an umbrella conspiracy to get right-leaning free thinkers under their control, under their spell. So that's your comments. I've read them, and again, I'm reading it to be, true. All those who have subscribed to the channel, if you're gonna leave comments, I will go through it. But we are going to debate this because it's dishonest at this point. It is a very dishonest proposition, and it's based on logical fallacies. And if you have to use logical fallacies to convince somebody of something, or if you don't even believe in it, you don't know what it is, but you're trying to come up with theories to explain it. Okay, cool. Let's talk about maybe UPS is dumping stuff in our skies. Maybe Chinese balloons are spraying our skies. Let's talk about that. Well, if that's the case, you have no evidence. So it's just conjecture. It's just conspiracy theorizing. But worse, it's doing so in denial of decades and decades of observational data. But I don't expect everyone to believe me. I want people to know for themselves what is knowable and what is merely conjecture, because there is an incentive to lie to you. I think we can all agree. There's a great incentive to lie to every single one of us. That's all the lie world order does. But the lies that blame the free market only appeal to the political left. The lies that blame government only appeal to the political right. It's a bifurcated psy-war. Therefore, chemtrails will never be appealing to the right. But instead of having non-belief about eschatology and anthropogenic climate change, instead they're given an alternative set of facts. Oh, this is what's causing the changes that you're all seeing. And a lot of these people on X, these big chemtrail channels, they actually say this. They say climate change is real, but it's caused by airplanes. Deez Nataz says, I always thought that if there are trails, they'd be sprayed by miniature drones to make them look like airliners, but smaller in scale and flying closer to the ground. So I've entertained that notion as well, but then what got me, I did talk to a pilot about this. Quincy calls in about it, and it's pretty clear that it has to do with temperature, that this is ice, and it's not going to happen at lower temperatures. Lower altitudes, generally speaking, although you can find exceptions depending on temperature, but the phenomenon is explainable just by looking at temperature and altitude. Canabear says, I prefer normal clouds and normal contrails as opposed to the chest chemtrail looking contrails that are not chemtrails. Look, this is all confusing. It's all confusing. And my whole point here is just to make this argument. If you're not able to debunk contrails, you don't have a leg to stand on. And that's just a heads up for when we do these debates, because my position is going to be contrails exist. And your position is something's going on, including that or apart from that. Clump says it's a big fuzzy haze. Yeah, it's a big fuzzy persistent haze that's inexplicable, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. Okay, let's move on. I think we've done that to death, but it's worth talking about. It really is. The unmediated mind says, Tim, you may be interested in the syncretism of the noise in Leave the World Behind and the noise of cicadas. It's incredibly loud and has a quality to the noise, a similar quality. It does, doesn't it? Now that I'm thinking about it, there was this noise in the movie that had to do with drones passing over or something, and it caused one of the characters' teeth to fall out. Okay, I'm going to have to look into that. Thank you for that pointer there. You know, I'd watched that other series on Netflix called Three Body Problem, and it ends with cicadas. And the timing of these two cicada broods emerging at the same time hasn't happened in 200 years. Seems to be significant. And that one was about an alien invasion. Canavar says, I thought chemtrail people were testing heavy metals and stuff falling from the sky. Yeah, that was a thing for a while. And it was like, okay, they're dumping something on us. But I don't know what the answer is. I think there was a reasonable or a logical explanation for what was found in the soil. But yeah, again, the unmediated mind brings up the cicada thing, and the fact that it came out that cicadas were in this Leave the World Behind is highly significant because in Third Body Problem, because the timing of it. You're gonna have a movie on Netflix, which is all encoded with the mainstream news. It's concurrent, it's predictive, but you're watching something on Netflix and it ends with cicadas just as this cicada brood is emerging. Not a coincidence. Now, some people who are very, into this chemtrail theory, they ask me why I stay on it. And the reason why we're staying on it is because what we do here is we arrive at truth. We're eliminating truth or orthodoxies. And if there is any truth to it, we're going to be the ones to find it. If the earth is not a ball, who do you think is going to figure it out first? Who's going to find tangible information? Who's actually looking? There are so many people just following and believing. Very few seekers. And I'm noticing too, the word researcher is being heavily demonized by the media. Like Maxwell Azarello was a independent researcher in scare quotes. But it requires further research, not just further entrenchment into your beliefs, but stepping outside of your beliefs and seeking more information. That's what we should be doing. So if you're and I was a chemtrail default non-believer. Like I was like, yeah, okay, fine. And I realized that my error. I thought, okay, well, my argument was the power elite are so screwed up. They mess with our minds. They screw with our subconscious. They manipulate us in every single way. It's just this big narcissist in the center of all of our lives. Big brother always just cajoling, screaming at us, manipulating us. And I thought, why wouldn't they dump poisons on us? Like, it makes perfect sense. And that argument doesn't actually hold any value. It's a appeal to motive. The bad guys are so bad, conditions are so bad, then this belief is justified. And it's kind of a bias thing. But once I realized that that's not a valid argument, I stopped using it. And I looked up this argument because a lot of people would say this to me. Like, look, I hear your perspectives. You make a lot of sense. But are you telling me that the bad guys actually don't hate us? Are you telling me that the cabal loves us and they wouldn't spray us? And at first I was like, how do I counter that? That's a good argument, or is it? Then I figured out it's not. Stranger Day says, trust the meteorologists. They'll tell you if the earth is flat or not. No, okay, here's the thing. You can't just reject science. If the meteorologist tells you that the sky is blue, are you going to say, oh, nope, you're a liar? No. What you're doing here, and this is an issue that I see with truthers in general, is they say science lies, so I don't trust scientists. No, I'm sorry. Science doesn't lie. There's a point where when something is outside of our realm of direct observation, where you're required or you're expected to put faith in scientists, and that's where you can't trust them. But when it comes to observational data, why would you just say, well, we're going to just reject all of that? No, I'm not anti-science. I'm anti-fake science. I'm not anti-journalism. I'm anti-fake news. Some news is valid. Some isn't. Some observations are valid. and some aren't. And the observational data used to keep military planes undetectable since the 50s is valid. And if you can't confront that, then you have no leg to stand on. And again, I would ask, what are you trying to convince us of? If you're not saying it's chemicals, are you saying they're manipulating the weather? Are you offering us a climate change explanation? What is your position? What is your position? My final question on this. What is your position on what these so-called trails do? Enslaved to Truth says, is the atmospheric data needed to use something like the Appleman chart made publicly available daily? Yeah, the chart's decades old, and there is a site by NOAA, which none of you will trust, but all it does is it tells you what the pressure is, what the humidity is, and you can actually predict based on this the likelihood of condensation trails. But look, this is all stuff that we can take to the debate table. Duas Impera says, yep, I think that's the crux of it here, Tim. We should keep in mind that just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not trying to get you, just not sure of the nature of the getting. Yeah, and this is a paranoid thing. But look, if you can laugh at if you can laugh at Greta or Al Gore, like you look at these two clowns, you know they're clowns. You knew that a long time ago before you even, a lot of us have already debunked climate change as an eschatology, as a cult, as a way of scapegoating the free market. Like we can take that apart all day. You can mock the notion that cow flatulence is causing polar bears to drown. You can laugh at their science. And you can say that's ridiculous. There's no evidence for climate change. Really? Well, a lot of people believe it. But when you look at your own position, how are you presenting anything different than what they're presenting? I'm saying that contrails exist, chemtrail theory is a false explanation for it, and that if you're a chemtrail believer, you may as well be a climate change believer. But I would like an answer on that. What are you saying these trails do? Because they didn't kill you. You were alive before they started spraying the skies with these persistent trails, and you're observing it decades later. What has changed? Has the color of the sky changed? Has the weather changed? Has the climate changed? Has it affected you physically? And if you can't make the case that has done anything, then what are you exactly positing here? And I think one of the reasons why this one is so persistent is that unlike every other conspiracy theory, this one has evidence right in front of your face every day. You can't point at reptilians, but you can point at the sky. And it gives you a lot of, I guess, reasons to see that maybe Alex Jones is right. Because you're like, look, nobody cares. Everybody's dumb. Everybody's a zombie. Nobody's looking up. I get people saying, oh, you just don't look up. Maybe you should leave your basement. I spend a lot of my time outdoors. I observe the skies all the time. I may make a more systematic study of the skies here now that I'm on this issue, but it's not for a lack of observation. And people are just basically gaslighting you if they're telling you that don't trust your senses or you're not really looking closely enough. Well, maybe you are. Maybe there's nothing to see. It's a big nothing burger. Enslaved by Truth says, well, we need a lot of data to use those charts. We need to know the altitude, airspeed, fuel, engine specs, and atmosphere. We have all that. That's the point. We have all that information. All right, let's move on. I believe we're going to move on. We're not going to get an answer. I'd like an answer from Stranger Days. I read your letter. If you could answer one question, what are you positing these trails do? And again, I'm not saying the trails are from airplanes. I'm not saying they're from drones. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, what do these trails do? He says, what do they do? Look at the divisiveness it's causing. I'm the only person making any division over this, so you can't say it's that. You can't say they've been dumping this fake stuff on us for 40 years so that IPS could raise hell about it in 2024. You have to realize I am the only person in this entire truther realm that doesn't believe in chemtrails, that speaks about it. It's an orthodoxy. I'm the only person using this as a divisive tactic, and I'm doing so intentionally because there's no chemtrails off world stage. There's no climate change there either. Upside Down Guy says you just don't know the correct way to look up. Or I'm getting paid by Delta Airlines. Like every day that I put down this notion that they're dumping poisons on us and I calm everybody down, they cut me a check. But anyway, we're going to do a debate. And I would like to know what these things are doing. And he says causing divisiveness. You're right in one main sense. Climate change. What is the whole purpose to climate change? It's to turn people against capitalism. What does chemtrails do? It turns you against government. You realize that's the bifurcated nature of this thing. And if you're falling into any psyop that has a partisan belief, like if you're on the left, you can say this. If you're on the right, you say this. You are looking at a psyop. I'm looking at our modern day political landscape as an intentionally designed political horseshoe. Political horseshoe theory is not a theory, it's a fact. It was designed this way. And what happens is people who see through the mainstream, who are reflexively and even understandably paranoid and distrustful, are led into the controlled opposition that keeps them focused on one thing, the middle, waking people up. Harmon wants to open phone lines. Yeah, I'll open phone lines. And look, I don't accept anecdotal. Anecdotal evidence is as good as lies. If you're going to say that you've seen trails and they're special and they're different and they're qualitatively different and they've changed the weather, show me video. Don't tell me you don't have a camera. Isn't it funny that in the age of the smartphone, nobody's presenting us with evidence of UFOs? There's this big UFO story in Vegas right now. The guy's calling the cops, talking about these things, describing them. Oh, they're 8 feet tall, they're humanoid, they look scary like aliens. Like, well, why are you calling the cops? You should be recording these things. Cops don't do anything. And I'll get into it, but that family that saw this alien in their backyard has gone further to say that it's a demonically haunted house now, and that upside down crosses are floating around, Bible pages are flipping around. It's insane. Stranger Day says, you obviously haven't seen the back and forth arguing ad hominems on Twitter about chemtrails. No, I follow it. I see ubiquitous, unanimous, 100% total agreement. Show me one person that doesn't believe in chemtrails on the truther side. They all believe in it. The only person offering any kind of resistance is me. And I comment at these big channels and they ignore me. They don't address me. So no, chemtrail belief is 100% a government-funded psyop. No different than climate change. And again, there is no consistency on what it's actually doing or who's doing it. So it's not even a coherent theory. And it's done in complete ignorance of the existing scientific data on the formation of condensation trails. So you're dealing with a mystified, confused set of conspiracy theories to explain a very well understood phenomenon. You'd be like, what are those white things up there? They call them clouds. Could be cotton. No, that's not cotton. Those are life forms. Could be aliens. No, those are ghosts. You know, when we die, we go up to the stratosphere and we just sort of hang out there. We turn into this fog. Like, we wouldn't sit here all day debating what clouds are. But when it comes to condensation trails, we do. We act mystified. If I were to come out here and say, those white things up there, I don't know what they are, you would say, well, look at the science on it. And then Stranger Days would say, oh, no, that's what CNN says. You're just going to be a CNN NASA shill? We don't know what those things are. Oh, we don't know what they are? Okay. And we can't trust the... No, those meteorologists, they're being paid to lie about the big balls of cotton in the sky, telling us that it's clouds. How funny. Oh, it's moisture. It's ice. It's cold temperatures. Now, that's a bunch of science mumbo jumbo. Obviously, there's a more magical and mystical explanation for clouds. I just can't just believe what they tell you. See, there's a point where contrarianism replaces the actual seeking of an alternative explanation or seeking more answers. Knee-jerk contrarianism, just rejecting it all, is not a good place to be. So again, explain to me Oh, phones are open, by the way. 505-349-0420. Got a caller. Infinite Plane Radio.
Phones are open. Hey, there you are.
Hey, what's up, Harmon? Good to hear from you.
Yeah. On that, years ago, I got into that, what do we call them? Contrails? Not contrails. What do they call them?
I don't know.
Whatever.
I don't know what to call them now. Honestly, I don't know what to call them. Chemtrails? Chemtrails, not
Yeah,
chemtrails?
chemtrails. That's what I was going to say. Well, they're definitely not poison. And come on, people. Get over that. That should have been gone out of your head by 2010. Poison is such a dumb thing. But I did study into it, and I learned, and when I first started reading about 2012, is between 28,000 feet and 32,000 feet is what the science book at the time says that the condensation trails are developed and at a certain temperature. And then they do produce them, and it said between 28 and 32,000 feet. I said, I don't know how high up these things are. But I also started looking at when my little granddaughter and grandson, they're talking about there's 10 types of clouds now. So I'm looking at their school book. He was in health or science. And they got 10 clouds now. And they're naming those clouds that we call contrails. So they've actually changed the names and added them to clouds. So we used to have 5 clouds, 6 clouds? Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember given a course, or we took a class on the different types of clouds, cumulus, cirrus. And the thing is, what contrails are technically called are anthropogenic cirrus clouds, because they're formed at the same place as cirrus clouds. It's when it's basically ice, but they're man-caused. So it's man-caused cirrus clouds. They're literally clouds. It's not a spray.
I just got through reading their books and stuff. It just says it's natural, nature. That's what they're teaching the kids coming up. And, of course, it only takes 12 years. After they finish, everyone behind them, they're going to be believing what they say. That part I don't know about, because they're actually doing that in the school.
It's natural in the sense that it's a observed natural phenomenon or aspect of it. Isn't okay. If you take boiling hot water and you go into your front yard
on a
cold winter day,
I saw that video years ago.
You throw the hot water. What it does is natural. When it freezes in the air, that's natural.
Man intervened in that, though. It's not. It didn't just happen. No, but it's not natural. Well, you can try to make it sound natural all you want, but it's man's intervention that caused it.
It's a quality of nature. It is within the laws of nature to explain why boiling water thrown into the cold air would freeze like that. That's not unnatural.
Show me where that's at in nature.
Well, it's not unnatural. The effects, water.
Show me where's it natural? Where's it in nature?
Water puts out fire. That's natural. You blow on candles.
Where is what you did just throwing the boiling hot water? I wasn't even going to argue about this part. When you brought something up so simple as throwing water in the air, where's that in nature?
What I'm saying is it's not. Is it unnatural for hot water to react in freezing temperatures in that way?
Well, I would like to see hot water in nature that's in freezing weather.
Okay. That shouldn't be hard to find, but here's an example. People throwing boiling water into freezing air. Now, what I'm saying is that boiling water freezing in the air is not unnatural. It's a natural phenomenon. The fact that man is doing it is immaterial. This is expected. It's understood. It's repeatable, observable. We know what will happen in certain temperatures when you throw hot water into it. It condenses into essentially
Well, does that exist in nature?
Yes. Man is part of nature.
Where does it exist in nature?
Find a hot geyser on a cold winter day. I mean, this is.
And it's going to do the same thing, you think?
Yeah, actually.
You don't know.
Wait, let me find.
You don't know yet.
Wait. You're making an argument here that it doesn't exist because you don't know. That's an argument from ignorance.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm asking, do you know?
Well, let me look it up for you. Let me look it up for you. Okay, so hot water in cold air. Let's look up geysers. We'll try that, or something like that. We'll try to find some example. I mean, I can do this research on the fly for you, but I want to point out that you're not making an argument against it. This is a change in the state.
No, I just don't like that you threw hot water in the air in an area that wouldn't have hot water. So that's all I was saying.
Linda Coder says fog can freeze on the roads. What does that mean to you?
What is fog? It's just the mist. It sure can, but it's not hot. Is fog hot? Since when would fog ever be hot?
Let's stay on this topic.
For many years.
Let's stay on this one topic. What happens to boiling hot water when you throw it into the freezing air?
Show me that in nature.
Okay, I'll put up a video. Now, here's the thing.
Not someone throwing water in the air. Show me in nature.
Anytime in nature, boiling water is confronted with cold temperatures, it's going to do this.
Show me boiling water in nature.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure how to satisfy your question there, what the right answer is.
Well, let's say man did not boil water on a stove or outside fire and throw it in the air. That would satisfy me. Anything but that.
Okay, well, you're not denying that this happens, though, right? You're not denying that boiling water in freezing air.
It's manipulated by man. Man introduces another element into an element that it doesn't belong
when
in.
an airplane at a high altitude with hot jet exhaust and some condensate flies at this high altitude, what happens then is a natural property of high altitude rarefied air with jet exhaust. It's a natural consequence. That's what I mean by natural.
Putting it in there.
Okay, we can say it's man-caused.
There's nothing natural when it's man.
Okay, the term then is anthropogenic cirrus cloud. It's an anthropogenic cirrus cloud.
Why didn't they teach us that in school?
They probably did. I mean, it depends on...
No, they didn't. I've been studying that. I went back and looked at the school. I graduated in 1977. No, they did not teach it. They had, I think, 5 or 6 clouds, and that was it. And storm clouds,
if you had specialized in meteorology, I mean, I can't remember specifically, but I went on a field trip to Sandia Labs, and that's here in Albuquerque. And I remember distinctly a course where they were showing us all these different types of clouds, different altitudes, and I couldn't memorize them all. So I do recall this, but no, I was never specifically taught about the formation of condensation trails. And so the ignorance there made me, I think, vulnerable to believing that there's something nefarious going on. So when someone says, what are they spraying? I'm like, I don't know.
See, I'm not arguing on the side of your chemtrails. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying you telling me you throw hot water into the air. That's good. I said, show me that in nature. That's all I said.
Okay. Well, let me look. If somebody in the 777 says, if water freezes in the air and no one is there to observe it. Good question.
No, be quiet. If worms had machine guns, birds wouldn't mess with them either. Yeah, okay, good question. Anyway, so I was looking into this. I was studying it. And so if you look up and type in, lady complains in Palm Springs about vapor trails. And that's from 1959. I went way back looking for all this stuff when I was into it like years ago. If you type that up, that still will come up today, where the general answers her that they're just vapor trails. They used to call them vapor trails in the 50s and 60s.
Okay.
And if you type that up, it'll come right up. Lady complains about vapor trails in Palm Springs.
Now listen to this. This is the Appelman chart. If you look it up, you can find articles here, how to use the Appelman chart for planning. And interestingly, it says how to read this chart to predict contrails. And it breaks it down here, and it says, in 1953, a scientist named H. Appelman published a chart that can be used to determine when a jet will or will not produce contrails. And it's based on
right, I've read it. It's between 28 to 32,000 feet. I told you, I read all that stuff. I'm not arguing chemtrails.
Right.
But I also studied and tried to find anything about other clouds until the last, about 2007, where they started making up all these other clouds that were in my grandkids' school books. So yeah, until you find in 1965 those clouds mentioned anywhere.
Okay,
and I tried, but,
the classification of clouds into types was first proposed by Luke Howard in 1802, and we use the same: stratus, cumulus, and cirrus. So they have these 3 categories from 1802, and then they've gone into subcategories and additional 10 basic clouds. As far as when these different were introduced,
I told you.
I'll have to check the different years they were introduced, but 3 to 5 terrestrial clouds in descending order, and then you have various.
And then they've added to all these others. Don't say they can't add to it with just to very confuse people more, because I know they weren't the clouds. I was so into cloud seeding and stuff in the 80s. I was watching what they were doing in Oklahoma and everything like that, and they stopped them. The government took it over.
Well, the clouds haven't changed. The skies haven't changed. There's been no qualitative difference to the sun in the last 100 years. There's no.
I'm not talking.
No, what I'm saying
You're
is
going to
no,
parts
what
I'm
I'm
not
saying
even
is
arguing about. I agree with you.
There may be more nuanced definitions for different types of clouds, but that doesn't mean that science is dishonest. It means they're getting better at defining things more precisely. The Appelman chart.
They did not have those clouds.
It's not a
They
Mandela
weren't there.
effect.
They're starting to say they're natural. Okay, no, I don't believe in that crap either.
What I'm saying is like no, there's you can research it and find out when these different clouds were identified and labeled as such. But I think what would have limited it was our own ability to get to certain altitudes. And as observations increase, we have more data. We come up with better explanations. That's what science is. It's not closed. It's not a belief system. It's a methodology to arriving at a better
You
understanding.
already said that the airplane up there is not a natural phenomenon. It's not natural. It's man interjected it into it, and it causes it then. Without man, it wouldn't happen.
Yeah. Just like without man, there'd be no roads.
Okay.
Without man,
And
yes.
my kid's book says it's a natural cloud. It has nothing. It says nothing about the planes. It says nothing about that. They're just calling them natural clouds.
Well, I think the correct word would be anthropogenic, but
You can dance around it all you want. I'm not arguing with you. You're arguing with yourself. What I'm telling you.
well, no. But what are you exactly saying about these anthropogenic cirrus clouds? Because what's in it? What's in the cirrus cloud?
I don't care. I just know
What I'm saying is-
it wasn't.
okay,
All
natural-
I'm saying is they're
natural-
calling it natural.
okay,
Tell the kids the truth where it's coming
Natural
from.
cirrus clouds and anthropogenic cirrus clouds are made out of the same stuff. They happen at the same altitude, and they're fundamentally no different, but one is man-caused anthropogenic. But there's nothing special.
Fundamentally not different, but they're man-caused. Do you just listen to what you said?
Yeah. Like, for example, wind or your ceiling fan. Both can blow air on you. One is man-caused, one is natural, but both involve air moving, air flow. I'm saying these are distinctions without differences.
Come on. I'm arguing the point that they're calling it natural to the kids.
Okay, well, I would need to see specific quotes on that because the correct term is anthropogenic, but it's a natural or rather expected, normal, regular, non-extraordinary phenomenon. There's nothing extraordinary about it. Nothing unexpected about it. Nothing, quote, unnatural about it. It is completely...
I just want to say it's man-made, man-caused.
Yeah, it is. No one disputes that man is behind anthropogenic
But you can't
cirrus
use
clouds.
natural with that.
Okay, we can argue
I'm
about
nature.
we can
It's
argue about the
natural.
word nature, nature versus man, and what man does is somehow unnatural. I don't necessarily agree with that definition.
No, it isn't unnatural. They cause it, though. Without man doing that, you wouldn't have that happen.
Yeah, I call it
Period. That's
anthropogenic. Anthropogenic, right?
You can call it Mickey Mouse for all I care.
But
It's not
look,
natural.
without paid government agents, nobody would believe that those things were poisonous or changing the weather.
I don't think they're poison. I never argue chemtrails
but
with you.
a lot of people
Ever.
think that they're altering the weather or they're poisonous. And if you believe those things, that's man-caused. That's lie-based. That's misinformation.
Okay. So what's your point?
My
I
point is,
didn't say it wasn't.
is that chemtrails don't exist, contrails exist. That's my point. And the science of contrails is very well understood, and we know why anthropogenic cirrus clouds happen.
Because the guy threw a bucket of boiling water way up there in the air and made it.
No, because of decades and
I'm
decades of
teasing you.
observation. No, I mean, look, you could do this. This is interesting. Like, you could do this for yourself. You know, you could talk to a meteorologist and ask them, hey, can you give me some information, and then maybe predict for yourself when you're going to have a contrail laden day and when you're not. And you would probably be able to get some answers. I'm going to do it myself because I'm in the business here of arriving at truth. And I don't see any chemtrail believers
and I
trying
agree
to
with you on
understand it.
chemtrails. You know that, right? You understand? I agree with you
Sure.
on chemtrails.
So, yeah, I don't think we're in disagreement here. But to your point, the teachers should be saying anthropogenic cirrus clouds. That's what they should be
and
saying.
that's just a new cloud they've made up when something man's interfered with the nature. Anyway, Linda Curtis says in the chat, is man natural? Is man nature? Yeah, but the things man make out of everything you make, your house, your car, your roads, anything like that. That's man's reality. He's taken nature and redone it and made it into his reality, what he wants. Of course, if you just want to live in nature, which none of us want to do, you just sit out there on the middle of a field and shoot buffalo, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, man's natural, but man does, when he interacts with nature, he manipulates nature. That's a fact. Gases, anything. Man manipulates nature. He cannot recreate nature. There's nothing man can make. Man can't make a seed. Man can't make a tree. Man can't make water. There's nothing in nature man can make. He can only use it and reuse it and to purpose it. There's nothing man can make in nature. Do you know anything he can make in nature?
No. In fact, one of the reasons why I've been very opposed to the climate change theory is that it seems to make this notion that nature is being victimized by man and man needs to restrain himself. And I think that's a form of control. And I think that, if anything, this realm is here for us to use, that man is here to manifest, that we are the builders of this place, we're different from every other species, and that we have to modify our environment to exist. So like, I see these eschatologies based on man's destroying the world as...
I don't know that word. What's that word?
End times.
Eschatology.
Eschatology, like end times, like end times, doomsday. And I'm just saying, climate change doomsday is meant to limit human progress. And similarly, I think any belief that says man's the enemy of the world is putting the world above man. And I think that's an inversion. So I reject both of these notions. I don't think the world's ending.
I can see how you can categorize them together very much. You know, the first 8 years, like up to 2012, I was going, oh, yeah, Dean Washington, Dean Winter, whatever his name is. I've forgotten now. It's been so long. And I'm going, oh, they got all this stuff in Mount Shasta, and they look at barium, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And they were saying the three metals and aluminum and Rothine. You've heard it. It's been so many years now, I just don't care. I said, come on, people. If they were going to poison us, we'd be dead. What are you thinking? I mean, that's the most illogical, to me, thought ever, that they're poisoning us.
Yeah.
You know? And then Harvard does put out the article that Bill Gates wants to dim the sun. That article's there to put out for Harvard. Is it a real one from Harvard? I don't know. You've seen it, haven't you?
Yeah, it's probably misconstrued, but here's the thing. Bill Gates is behind geoengineering. And geoengineering is not weather modification. Geoengineering is a proposed set of ideas that don't even exist yet as things they can do in practice, but it's this idea that we can combat climate change by blocking the amount of sun we get. And so conspiracy theorists say Bill Gates wants to block the sun. Well, no, he wants to mitigate climate change. And if you're going to fall into this trap of Bill Gates wants to block the sun, then you're automatically accepting the premise that climate change is happening and we need to do something about it. So they use the term geoengineering in a different sense. So geoengineering is it's climate change mitigation, and it doesn't exist as an actionable way to control climate. It's just amazing to me how the whole chemtrail premise is rooted in a lot of baseless paranoia and ignorant claims. And a lot of it's based on fear, interestingly. Fear of Bill Gates. Like, that's the least scary guy in the world. Be like, he's going to block the sun. But, you know, to me, Bill Gates is a puppet, just like Elon Musk. Partisan puppets. The billionaires to be afraid of.
I don't know what year this is from. Have you ever seen the article from, I think it was 2016, it says Harvard Solar Geoengineering Research Program?
Yeah.
Funded by Bill Gates.
Yeah, people cite this stuff, but it's like, yeah, they say that we might need to do this to block climate change. Well, climate change doesn't exist. So, and again,
I know that.
Well, I'm saying
so you can't have one thing.
No, what I'm saying is you can't cite geoengineering as proof of chemtrails or anything, because geoengineering is an environmentalist thing, and it's based on accepting the premise of environmentalism. So anyone who says geoengineering,
I agree with you 100%. I agree. It's just one. If your foundation is a lie, then everything they say about it is a lie too.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. You know, they just can't add geoengineering. Oh, now we're having trouble. We're going to throw up these planes and block and dim the sun. They didn't say block. They call it dimming.
Well,
dimming the sun.
Yes. And it's a fake solution for a fake problem. And so I have conspiracy theorists saying, well, look at this. I'm like, well, that's a fake solution for a fake problem. And it doesn't advance your position. The fact is, I've never encountered...
It's like a Superman comic book. You know, Superman gets hurt by kryptonite. But you know what? Kryptonite's not real, and neither is Superman. Get it through you guys' heads. That's simple. That's my way I tell them. You know, climate change isn't real. Geoengineering to stop climate change isn't real. Same thing. Kryptonite Superman.
Exactly.
Is that bad to say?
And now they're doing this thing called direct air capture, DAC. It's a technology to suck.
You see that?
Yeah, to suck the air. They want to suck the carbon out of the air. This is the world's largest plant to suck carbon out of the air. This is a new story.
Guess where they got that idea from? I so laughed. I'm old enough to remember. In the Beverly Hillbillies, and they were all complaining about smog in the 60s, right? You know the Beverly Hillbillies are?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Granny was all these. She was always worried about her because she had all these remedies, right? And she goes, "Yeah, we figured out a way to get rid of all the smog from L.A." And so they're all there, and of course, it ends up at the end of the show and saying, "Yeah, we're going to donate this millions of dollars to put a big fan, cut a hole in the mountain, and have it suck it all out."
God.
Okay,
That's exactly what they're doing. Scientists have set up a way to suck planet-heating carbon pollution from the air. So that's geoengineering. So they're going to suck carbon out of the air. And I'm like, okay, that's ludicrous, right? That's just absurd. But
it was on Yahoo's front page today. That story we were talking about is on Yahoo's front page.
Now, I have a comment
suck the air out.
I want to address here from 5 Minutes of Fame. This is an interesting one. He says, to think no one wants to hurt us, that is the delusion. So what I'm going to point out here is this. The powers that be need everybody scared. They got the liberals terrified of climate change. They're scared of SUVs. They're scared of hamburgers. They're scared of free market. But the right wing, the conspiracy theorists, aren't afraid of that, but they need them to be afraid. So they like fear chemtrails. And so when 5 Minutes of Fame says, to think that no one wants to hurt us is a delusion means he believes that people want to hurt him. He's being hurt. He's being poisoned. Those planes, the secret projects, you're being hurt by your government. So now you have a reason to live in fear. And to me, that's how they win. If they can get you to fear something that you can't prove, that is technically a delusion. So that's a paranoid delusion to believe in chemtrails or whatever. Not believing in chemtrails is not a delusion. It's actually ataraxia, peace of mind, skepticism.
Well, you gave me something to back to look. I'm going to look harder for those clouds mentioned earlier, and I'm going to make sure it's something that they couldn't have added back in there with their little chat GPT stuff. You know, I'm going to look for whatever.
Yeah,
I got old school teachers that are 80s. Maybe there's some old school books. I'd rather go off that than something that's almost on the internet nowadays, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, hey, I appreciate the call. This is an interesting topic, and yeah, and I'm going to bring up this article here about the carbon sucking machines. All right, have a great day, Harmon. Thank you for calling.
Okay, I was going to say thank you for letting me call, and I'm on your side on the chemtrails.
Awesome. All right, good talking to you. See ya.
Bye.
All right. Well, you know, we are wading through misinformation. I mean, that's what we're really looking at. Malinformation, deliberate confusion. Scientists have set out a way to suck planet-heating carbon from the air to store it in the oceans. This could be more efficient than current carbon capture technology. Tackling the climate crisis means drastically reducing burning of fossil fuels that releases the planet-heating pollution. One method is to capture carbon directly at the source. Another focuses on direct air capture that involves sucking carbon pollution from the atmosphere and storing it. This says it may be a very potent planet-heating gas, but they can capture it and remove it, but it's challenging and it's expensive. And this is a ridiculous, probably intended to fail project just to make it look pointless. Like, there's nothing we can do. We tried everything. We tried sucking the air. We tried blocking the sun. We're just going to have to go communist. Capitalism is just too hard on Mother Nature. And that's where they're leading us. But again, if you're a chemtrail believer, I don't respect beliefs. If you're believing in climate change, I don't respect your belief. I'm not a believer. I think it's time in the age of information to move out of belief systems and adopt an operating system, a philosophical posture that is antithetical to becoming a mind-numbed sheep dependent on some face on a screen to tell you what to think. This is really about assuming authority over your own mind, becoming the arbiter of what you choose to believe or not believe. And when it comes to religious beliefs, I'm more hands-off because there's a big distinction between understanding this world from your own perspective outside the bounds of the scientific paradigm and getting into the quote spiritual, there's a big difference between that and then believing media like a religion. And so I'm very critical of mainstream media and alternative media because it is a modern religion. Media itself has supplanted religion, but it's also the alt media. They're just as guilty, they're just as mired in belief systems as is the mainstream. Okay, 5 Minutes of Fame says, okay, everything Bill Gates does increases everyone's health and longevity. I was actually citing this earlier. It's called the appeal to motive. If you don't agree that Bill Gates is trying to kill us, you must therefore think that he is trying to help us and that he loves us. There's no middle ground. If you disagree with me, you agree with the other side. Oh, if you don't believe in this, oh, you don't believe in climate change? Oh, I guess you just think that CEOs should allow their companies to dump poisons in the water. Oh, you don't believe in chemtrails? I guess you think it's okay for airplanes to spray poison in the face of babies? That's a rhetorical tactic. Like, no, I'm not saying everything Bill Gates does is healthy or whatever. I'm saying that Bill Gates doesn't have the power to block the sun. But the consensus among truthers is that Bill Gates is the devil. And the consensus among libs, Elon Musk is the devil. But then, if you're on the left, Bill Gates is your savior. If you're on the right, Elon Musk is your savior. You see how that works? If you're falling into a bifurcated psyop, if you're checking one of two boxes, you're under their spell. And I can prove it. If you use the word I believe, then you are under their spell because you don't know. Now, again, the reason why I say I don't respect beliefs, 5 Minutes of Fame, is that these are things you can't substantiate. Like if someone's like, I believe that unicorns are marking their territory in the stratosphere, and it's leaving these persistent trails that are screwing up the weather. Like, do I have to respect that? If you hear a twig snap in the woods at night and you believe it was Bigfoot, do I have to respect that? If you believe that the burning of fossil fuels is causing the ocean levels to rise and we're all going to die by 2030 if we don't give all of our money and power to Al Gore, do I have to respect that? No. You don't respect the beliefs of the other side. I don't respect the beliefs of the other side. And I don't respect the beliefs of the anti-position. I'm saying that these are things that can be disarticulated, taken apart. They're worthless. We need to move into the realm of agnosticism and knowing what we know. This is the age of information. Although you're welcome to remain a believer and stay in the mainstream box. You're welcome to stay a believer and be in the alternative media box. Whether you're a woker or a truther, stay in your boxes. I'm not trying to pull you out of it. No one's forcing you to think your way out of their labyrinth. Moving on. Okay, let's see. Now, I'm not saying that you're lockstep on everything. This is one of these things. It's an issue by issue thing, and chemtrails is very pernicious. 5 Minutes of Fame says there's too many people. Also, I want everyone to live forever and have 15 babies. Yeah, see, isn't that interesting? There's a population crisis. Everyone agrees. If you're in the mainstream, if you're in the mainstream worldview, there's a population crisis. We can all agree. But the people on the left say there's too many people. The people on the right say there's not enough people, specifically white. But they both agree there's a crisis, but they disagree on whether it's too many or too little. So I'm like, wait, it can't be both. These are contradictions. It's another one of these bifurcated psyops. That's how you know it's fake. That's actually, it's autohoaxology axiom number 47. Kevin Mooring says they're not poisoning the sky, they're poisoning your mind. Exactly. Great point. Dewis and Paris says, don't drink the water, there's blood in the water. And think about this too, because I stopped drinking tap water because of Alex Jones. I'm happy to admit it. Because he said, oh, they're putting fluoride in the water. It'll make you apathetic and calm. And that hasn't been my experience because I've never been apathetic or calm. And I've consumed tons of tap water. And I think I guess it was throughout my time in the military, there's no choice. You're just drinking from whatever faucet that you had, and you fill your canteens. And I didn't really think about it until Jones. And then he's like, no, you can't drink that water. And so I switched to bottled water because I didn't want to take the apathy poison. So I'm drinking bottled water for a few years, and then Jones starts saying, well, if you're drinking bottled water, you're getting these chemicals, bisphenol A or something, and it's going to screw up your hormones, and you're basically going to have estrogen, and you're going to become less of a man if you drink bottled water. So I'm like, wait a minute here. So the bottled water's bad, tap water's bad, and looking at it now, I'm thinking, this is needless paranoia that can only lead to nocebo effects and psychosomatic effects. It's just pointless to stress about these things. But I think it's all really interesting when we examine the field of mind war. That's what it is. It's a theater of psy-war. So like on the right, as I said, they're afraid we're running out of people. That's why Alex Jones is like super male vitality pills. Have more babies. And then the left is like, fight for the right to have abortions. And having a child is condemning a woman to slavery and oppression. So you have this idea of too many people, not enough people. Have more babies, don't have babies. Toxic masculinity, Barbie feminism. It's schismatic. It's split down the middle. It's mind control. It's the Masonic dialectic. That's the meaning of the black and white tiles on the floor. And if you're in the black or you're in the white, you're under their control. They're walking on your heads on a level above you. Thank you, Harmon Walker. Harmon Walker has walked into the think tank here with 10 shiny new blue wrenches, each one inscribed with IPS. Sync Lloyd has received a blue wrench. G33, Let's Go, Joe Mama, Frank Zen, Adam Cook, Fativius Prime, Jimbo, My Third Eye J, Chalk Body Outline have all received the prized blue wrench. Abuse the power responsibly. Linda Curtis says, I see many people having babies every day. Population is already controlled by natural circumstances and life choices. I saw some truther the other day say, we don't see pregnant people anymore. You don't see children anymore. I love it when people make these arguments from their own blinkered perspective. I'm sure you didn't see any babies. I'm sure you're not seeing any pregnant women. That's probably true. Depends on where you are. If you're in your basement or you're in your own little world, maybe you're not. Try walking to a hospital. Go walk. You hear these arguments like pandas don't exist. I've never seen one, and these ones in the video look fake. That's interesting to note how when you're presented with a limited selection and you choose from that, how you can double down on your choice in the face of facts. That's what I mean. It's about expanding your frame of reference is what I'm ultimately getting at here. If you're in woke town, you're blinkered, you're married to government, and you believe that basically white people are the devil and capitalism is killing the earth. And of course, on the other side of the fence, you got the truthers. But they're all in the same box. From my perspective, it's a subset of mainstream. And I'm trying to look at this from outside the box. And one of the main things to point out or to include in your out-of-the-box perspective is the fact that there is a box. There is a box. The world stage is a model. People think the world stage, that the world view we have, that we share, that we get through the screen is the world. No, it's an interpretation, and it's a very selective interpretation, and it omits quite a lot intentionally. And one of the main things it omits, special effects. It omits the fact that it is a liar, that it is a fabricator, a confabulator. It omits the fact that the media are not reporting the news, but they are creating a worldview. That they are not informing you about the world, but they are conforming you to the world as they define it. Media is not what we think it is, or what the masses think it is. The box is real, the world stage is real, and it's false. But until you can see it for what it is, your perspectives are always going to be limited. You're going to have a limited set of options, and you're going to believe ridiculous things. It's like, it's as ridiculous to say we live on a ball in space as it is to say I don't believe in panda bears. Both of these are perspectives that you would only arrive at by only selecting from the limited options given to you by those who are forming your worldview for you. We need to stop staring at the world through Big Brother's viewfinder. Cannabear says, Alex Jones is why I quit tap water too. Yeah, not only did I quit tap water, but I was very close to getting one of his water filters because he was selling water filters. And at the time, it didn't really connect with me that he's telling you to fear the water, and then he's selling you water filters. He's telling you, oh, Fukushima, it's going to send fallout across the ocean. And then the next commercial, he's selling you iodine. Take iodine, it'll protect you from radiation. Like, I'm waiting for Alex Jones. Like, why hasn't Alex Jones cornered the market on chemtrail masks and 5G protective undergarments so you don't get sterilized in your sleep? Because that's what they're doing, the 5G towers, aiming at your gonads while you sleep. Prove me wrong. See, it doesn't work that way. You can't assert wild things without evidence. And sorry, but again, to get to the topic, chemtrails are an extraordinary claim. Matt X says, it only seems Americans are afraid of fluoride in the water. No problem here. Well, it's an ancient fear. The enemy's poisoning the well. Okay, if you just called, do you want to call right back? I will answer the phone. But as I've been analyzing these various things, I think that the fear of the sky taps into some primal fear. Similarly, I think fear of the water taps into some fear about the other. The enemies poison the well. It's easy to sell. Hey, your water's poisoned, but I got the filter. How convenient. What a sales pitch. It's a wonderful sales pitch. But what doesn't sell me on it, when I look at the vitamins, the super male vitalities, the water filters, I look at the people selling this stuff. And I'm like, is this guy a paragon of health, stability? Does he look like he's been drinking very clean water? Or does it look like maybe it's just a grift? And for all these healthful decisions, it's probably being canceled out by a lot of unhealthful decisions. Cinnabar says, yep, what happened with Fukushima, radiation everywhere. Yeah, that was a thing they hyped up for a little while. And then it's not the current thing right now. That was the original 311. 311, 2011. David Hazel says, I admit I bought a Berkey from him back in the day. Well, like a couple months ago, I was out of bottled water, and I remember I was kind of annoyed because I'm always carrying these big cases of water, and I'm always the one that has to carry it. It's like a new chore. And it's like, what, are we just going to live as though our tap water is poison, but we use it for the coffee? And I just rebelled one day. And it's like, I'm not going to do the bottled water thing anymore. I'll buy a single big one, Chuck Norris water. He just stares at the ground, and these bottled waters come out, the Sea-Force. I'll drink Sea-Force because I like the size of the bottle and it's convenient. But I'm not going to carry big cases of water upstairs anymore because of the idea that it will make me somehow calmer. Like, it'd be nice. Let me drink some tap water and calm down. Like, you get coffee, you get hyped up, drink tap water. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't make you apathetic. It doesn't do anything. Jake the A-hole says, on the back of the toothpaste with fluoride, it has a warning to contact poison control if consumed. Let's see you eat some tubes of fluoride toothpaste, Tim. Poison is in the dosage. Let's see you drink 2 gallons of distilled water. No, please don't do that. You would kill yourself. I mean, it's hyponatremia. Drinking too much water is terrible, so I guess water is poison. You can call poison control and say, hey, what happens if I drink too much water? Poison is in the dosage. And I'm sure if you were to consume a whole tube of toothpaste, you would probably have a stomach ache. But I don't even think that would kill you. Nor do I think it would make you apathetic. I don't think it'd be a neurotoxin to the extent that water is supposed to be, according to Alex Jones. John Cordone says, the media doesn't inform you, it conforms you. This should be on a t-shirt. We'll have to do some bumper stickers. Like, if you aren't auto-hoaxing, you aren't paying attention. Jake the A-hole says, look into any type of fluoride in the water, where it comes from. You must not have done any research. I have done the research on it, and I think it's a psyop. I think it's a psyop. I don't fear my tap water, but I do believe you that a lot of it would be bad. I think a lot of anything would be bad. Again, poison in the dosage, I think that's the case. But anyway, I'm not arguing. I mean, what's worse? What's worse? Drinking bottled water and having your estrogen levels tampered with, or drinking tap water and getting the whatever effect it is? Again, what is the fluoride in the water supposed to do? At least, what's the conspiracy theory? I read that it makes it so you don't resist. Water fluoridation controversy. Science says it's good for kids. When something says science, and this is NBC News, according to NBC News, science says fluoride in water is good for kids. I can understand where you're like, okay, get this stuff away from my children. I understand the appeal to motive. It's like those people think it's a good idea. Anyway, let's see what we have here. National agencies and dental associations of the world support the safety and effectiveness of it. Minimal risks. The opponents say it's an infringement of individual rights and an outright violation of medical ethics. Now, that is a great point. You know, do you want someone to have the ability to regulate something so central to your existence? Well, obviously, this is why people would care. Opposition has existed since the 40s. There were claims that fluoridation was a communist plot to undermine the American health. So it's a communist plot. The controversy is propelled by a significant public opposition supported by a minority of professionals that include researchers. We know what those are. Researchers are the new devil. Dental and medical professionals, health food enthusiasts, and religious groups. Mostly Christian scientists are against it. Interesting. Organized political opposition has come from libertarians and the John Birch Society and the Green parties in the UK and Zealand. Now, this is all really interesting, the libertarian angle, because I find that the chemtrail thing mostly attracts libertarians. And libertarians, I think they're just liberals with guns. Like, they don't even belong on the right. But for some reason, libertarians see themselves as they're looked at as separate, but their main enemy, because Maxwell Azarello, the guy who burned himself, was something of a libertarian, and so they're against fascism, and fascism is government-controlled corporations. So the right wing is against government, left wing is against corporations because, of course, capitalism. But libertarians manage to be against both. Oh, government-controlled corporations. So it's interesting that they're kind of their own group. I think it's completely expected when I see these individuals set themselves on fire. They're the ones who are always enraged because they're scared of both sides. So they're kind of like stuck with a bigger burden. And this belief in chemtrails definitely is compatible with climate change belief. So that's another kind of overlap. But again, fluoride in the water, I look at this as another truth or orthodoxy. I think it's very questionable. During the second Red Scare in the United States in the 40s and 50s, and to a lesser extent in the 60s, the right wing of American politics asserted this was a plot to impose a communist regime. This was an aspect of the president's socialist agenda, socializing medicine. The same groups also oppose mass vax and mental health services. Now that's interesting. Okay, now this may get into something like Reagan opening up the asylums. This may be getting somewhere. I'm looking at, this is a consistent development along the lines of everything else I'm looking at here. Others assert the existence of a communist plot to deplete the brain power and sap the strength of a generation of American children. I remember Alex Jones used to say, oh yeah, you see the liberals and their children with the fluoride stare, the fluoride heads. They don't believe that the elite are trying to kill us. He would refer to them as fluoride heads. The fluoride stare. Like drinking the water just turns you into a zombie. Hilarious stuff. Quite the comedian. The communist conspiracy declined in influence by the mid-60s. It became associated in the public mind with irrational fear and paranoia. It was portrayed in Stanley Kubrick's 1964 film Dr. Strangelove, in which the character General Jack D. Ripper initiates a nuclear war in hopes of thwarting a communist plot to sap and impurify our precious body fluids with fluoridated water. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I'll have to watch that movie. So Jack D. Ripper wanted a nuclear war to stop the communists from fluoridating our water. Another satire appeared in the 1967 movie called In Like Flint, in which a character's fear of fluoridation is used to indicate that he's insane. Now, this is interesting because do you remember the whole story about Flint, Michigan? The water in Flint, Michigan? Wasn't that a big Michael Moore thing? Flint water crisis. So this is interesting. I don't know if I'm going down a rabbit trail here, but In Like Flint is a 1967 parody about this issue. And Flint, Michigan is known for having bad water. In 1987, Ian Stevens authored a booklet that was published in the Austrian New Age magazine Nexus, and he claimed repeated doses of infinitesimal amounts of fluoride will reduce an individual's power to resist domination by narcotizing a certain area of their brain, and it will make them submissive to the will of those who wish to govern them. Now, I did come across a urine therapy practitioner who said that fluoride calcifies your third eye, and you can decalcify your third eye by snorting your urine. Now, that's a practice. I'm not going to Google it. You can Google it. It's on the internet. There are people who snort it, and they believe that they are, quote, decalcifying their third eye from a lifetime of drinking fluoridated water. I think even David Icke made that suggestion. Okay, continuing, a couple more minor points here. In the Netherlands, they managed to declare it unauthorized, and they said the authority had no legal basis for adding it to the water, and it has not been fluoridated in the Netherlands since 1973. So if we compare the Americans of today to the individuals in the Netherlands, how are they different? Are they more rambunctious? Are they unruly in the Netherlands? Is it a group of anarchists, free thinkers, free spirits, anti-media, or are they just like us? Like, I'm kind of curious to know, is there a qualitative difference? Have they pacified the American mind? Let me catch up on some comments. Diana South says, Greta has the fluoride stare. Matt X says, I'd be more worried about the condition of the pipes than the fluoride. Yes. The water at Fort Bliss, Texas was so bad that beneath our water fountains, there would be just white, the floor would just be white, crusted with this white powder, just like, we drank it, just despite the residue. But that was before I caught up on Alex Jones. Was it calcium or something? I am catching up on your comments. Ollie Goering says poor nutrition has already made people R-worded. Five Minutes of Fame says Flint, Michigan is all about getting the town getting a town off of Great Lakes water and linking to the river that Chevrolet dumped car paint and rust proofing in. Oh, nice. Look, I'm not an environmentalist. I do believe that we have to maintain a clear living environment. I think the left has unfairly appropriated the topic, but I think if you look at the actual results on the ground, socialism and communism are way worse for the environment than free market, than capitalism, than ownership. Property ownership is good for the environment. I think it's already been established. Capitalism is way better for the environment than any other system. Dewis Impera says, the process of distilling water leaves visible gunk behind, but who knows, maybe the gunk would help me grow big and strong. Nasal enemas, says Diana South. Yeah, nasal enemas to cleanse your third eye. Nothing Major says, has anyone watched Baby Reindeer? I'm trying to catch up on my Netflix research, my predictive programming research. I finally finished the first episode of Fallout, and what really stands out is the main character, Lucy, is underground in a delusion, in a simulation, or in a bunker where everything's basically detached from the real world. And then she goes to the surface, they try to stop her, she opens the portal and she walks into the light. And then the door closes behind her. It's got a big 33 on it. So you already have this subtext of ascending from a delusion, from a Truman Show, from a fake world into the real world. And then the ascension of from the darkness underground to the light, the crown at the surface. And then a big 33 behind her. It's pretty blatant symbolism. This is Jonathan Nolan connected to Christopher Nolan, so you see all the same patterns here, predictive programming and an occult subtext. Salty Siren says nose wide open. Oh yes, the nose wide open party. That was a pretty dark chapter in South Pole. It was a eyes wide shut like party, but the elite all go and what were they doing? They were using the PCR tests. They were massaging the third eye or something. All right, we're moving on here. Fluoride in the water, chemtrails. These are both truther orthodoxies, and they all need to be confronted. Go into my minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. Again, TikTok will automatically label AI generated content for the visually illiterate who can't tell real from fake. This is real, this is fake. This is real, this is fake. Of course, they look the same. We encountered this post 10/7. It's like Al Jazeera posts this video. It's like, look, this is a doll. It's a fake corpse. And then later there's a correction. No, actually it's a real corpse. We mistakenly reported it as fake, but it's real. So now it's real. But it was fake from the time we called it fake until we corrected the story. That's why I call this the desert of the designated real. Because it's all going to look fake, but if they say it's real, it's real. If you're dependent on media for your sense of reality, this is very helpful. It'll help you navigate the world. Teens kicked out of elite Catholic school after blackface. Awarded $1 million by jury after proving it was false. This is from the New York Post. These three teens at a Catholic school put on this acne cream, like this mud mask, and they took a picture, and they were kicked out of school, accused of doing blackface, which it doesn't even look like blackface if you look at it historically, nor was it attended by anything to suggest that there was any type of racial mockery here. But they got kicked out because of it, and now they are millionaires who don't have to go to school anymore, and they can stay home and play video games all day. And if you look here, the character in the middle, he's doing the devil horns with his hand. And this is a Catholic school, so I'm like, maybe they made a pact with Satan. Like they're in their Catholic school, the devil shows up, and he offers them money or something. I don't know. There's something about this article, though, that just strikes me as just unbelievable. The devil horn sign. I'm not sure what to make of it. Drama continues, just too scripty. This is posted by Cy Obstacles. Judge rejects Hunter Biden's appeal for the gun charges. This article is about how Hunter Biden had purchased a gun, and because he had some kind of drug charge, there's something about it here. They're trying to drop the charges, but they're rejecting it. Now, this is one of these things where I think the rule is, let's see if I can find it. Yeah, Third Circuit Court of Appeal said, well, they're dismissing it. He has a felony gun case, and this is from Delaware, and he was trying to throw it out, and they keep rejecting his attempts to throw it out, and this is being looked at as something of hypocritical because the right is generally against gun regulation, and those who are not in favor of more gun regulation are actually in favor of using gun regulation against Hunter. So it's somewhat hypocritical. But this is bouncing off of this article from last year. Reuters had published this piece. Drug users cannot be barred from owning guns, U.S. says. So I looked into this, and the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration does not administer a drug test, although Daniels admitted that sometimes he smoked marijuana, which the law prohibits, and he was sentenced to 4 years in prison. So this is an individual who, this is Patrick Daniels, was convicted when law enforcement found a pistol and a semi-automatic in his car, and he had pot. But anyway, it's kind of different with Hunter because it's different drugs, but many are looking at this as an example of the right wing is suddenly in favor of a regulation that they would not have been in favor of before. Kind of similar to how on the right they're mad that illegal immigrants can own guns. But I thought the right to own guns was granted by God, not government. I thought it was an inalienable right, that you're born with the right's from God, it's not a privilege from government. Well, not if you're from another country. Pop quiz, this was sent to me by Mr. Trustworthy. This is a pop quiz. A progressive nonprofit that has been shelling out cash to anti-Israel protest groups is being sued by Black Lives Matter Global Network. So how much is BLM suing for? That's the pop quiz. Duas Imperis is 33. Anyone else? Yes, BLM Global Network files a $33 million lawsuit against a group helping to fund college protests. Just a pop quiz. I'm not going to dig too deep into it. There's a lot of money in protesting. And protesting generally doesn't happen unless it's funded. This is a picture from Rolling Stone. Trump is planning to send kill teams to Mexico to take out cartel leaders. So he's just recycling his strongman talk from 2016, 2015. Nothing new here. Obviously not going to happen. Same thing, he's going to build the wall. He's going to kill the drug cartels. He's going to open up the libel laws so the fake news can get sued. No, anyway. But they have an image of him here in the Terminator garb. And it says Ultra MAGA. So Trump as Terminator. This has been a repeated motif. I'll be back. The second coming of Trump. But the Terminator in the Metascript perspective is Apollyon, is Abaddon or Abaddon, like Trump. But it refers to, I think on some levels, the nuke, the sinking of the West, and it could also refer to Trump himself, but it's interesting that they have Trump as the Terminator. In fact, I did a mind map that I'm going to have to go over later on today, in which I'm connecting the various threads from 9/11 to the Titanic to James Cameron. And one of the interesting things here is that, as you all probably know already, on 9/11, James Cameron was at the scene of the Titanic, filming Ghosts in the Abyss. Now, at that time, the Twin Towers had fallen, and overlooking Ground Zero, there were billboards for a movie called Collateral Damage. Now, this movie was postponed until 2002 because they had to alter it and pull out scenes because it was so reminiscent of 9/11. So interestingly, a movie that predicted 9/11 in so many ways that had to be altered was advertised at Ground Zero on billboards with Arnie's face. So the Terminator was overlooking Ground Zero, as James Cameron, who directed the Terminator, is in the Deep Sea Challenger filming Ghosts in the Abyss. Now this has layers to it. Revelation 9:11, King Abaddon over the Abyss, or the Terminator, the Apollyon, the Destroyer, all correlated. So you literally had the Terminator or Apollyon looking over 9/11 on that day while he's in the Abyss. It's just too layered to deny that this is a deliberately constructed story to have Arnie's face. It's also why Arnold Schwarzenegger is the face of World War Zero, which is this agenda to cut man's carbon footprint in half by 2030. Kevin Mooring says, I think Hunter is a psyop just like Epstein. I agree. I have looked at Hunter Biden's laptop and I cannot find any picture of him with his prostitutes in the hotel rooms that look anything other than fake. It does not look real. Now, I haven't gone through his adult website accounts, but he's got these accounts where he's doing stuff. He's definitely gross and drug-addled and disgusting, but it could all be staged. I don't think the laptop's a nothing burger. It's a huge nothing burger. That's why nothing's come of it. Okay, let's see here. We're just crossing the 2-hour mark. I am going to record a separate video. I have to go over this mind map. It's pretty relevant to what we're talking about now. Appreciate the callers and the comments and your patience as we wade through the sea of mis, dis, and malinformation as we reach a place of skepticism and knowing as opposed to paranoid delusional belief in a world gone reality fluid, utterly insane. This is Chief Crow, Auto Hoax, or GTFO. Subscribe to get the archives to your inbox. Saw that we have about 10 new wrench holders thanks to Upside Down Guy, Nick Cook, Tommy Retail Army, Waters Above, Glenn Bush, Kevin Mooring. You all have been receiving these memberships, so just so you know, you go to the main channel and there's some members only videos that I'm uploading that go public usually a day after, and you get first stab at commenting and critiquing and leaving me messages there. So if you want to subscribe to the main channel and hit the notification button, and if you join, become a member, you'll get first access to these videos, and I'm actually recording one right now over this mind map that I mentioned, so you'll be first to see that. So again, thanks to all of you who are supporting this channel, and we'll see you next time.
Give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you. You just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the big word. We're messing with the big word.
much hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing those events with the IPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions that I mentioned. We're affecting so many men across the spectrum. We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum. There's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like Tempin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Got another Hawks army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin.
All right, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. 5/18/2024, Infinite Plane Saturn Day. We just completed a live premiere of last night's live conversation with Jurassic Liars, and we did a bit of a catch-up, which I wanted to do because 6/11 is coming. Ted Stryker says, overload of IPS. I was listening to the JL episode, but I had to stop for the live show. Love it. Yeah, we were kind of blocked for about a week, but the content is still there. It just took a minute to catch up. We were dammed up here, but I have cracked the dam, and I think we just dropped about 6 hours of content, so you can catch up right now. You can binge on IPS. This is free Mind War inoculation, courtesy of Infinite Plane Radio. It's almost a public service, although the public doesn't want it. Joined by Kevin Mooring, Jennifer Reeves, Zin Vallis, 3 Up, 3 Down, Duas Ampera, Otto Hoaxer, Frank Murr, Diana South, awesome. Over there at DLive. Okay, so we're on a few more channels, by the way. I expanded. We're also on Rumble. We're also on X, if you go to twitter.com/IPS Think Tank. Joined by X322. Thank you for joining. Now, if you'll notice on the screen, we have a new number. Skype has disappointed me for the last time, and it doesn't have a caller queue. It has a lot of issues, but you know, it's designed for conference calls, and what we're doing is a little different. What we do here is crowdsource intel, observations, perspectives, and in order to do so, we need to get more calls, and it's very tricky to get in. And even if you can get past the gremlins, it's also a matter of timing, because maybe somebody else is on the phone. So now we have this better system. You call the number on the screen, and I don't know if this number is going to be permanent, so I'm not going to recite it, but it's on the screen there. And what you can do is you'll be on hold at first, and you can listen. And then I can basically unmute each caller as we go. And I just experienced this for myself. I called Zach Hubbard's show, and I thought it's a perfect system because there were several people on hold. You can manage them. You can go back and forth between callers. But I've used it before, so we're back on it. It's just another upgrade enabled by all of you. And I guess if you want to call in, we'll test it out. As far as the subjects, the topics for tonight, yesterday we were talking about Elvis, Trump. That was a big part of it. I mentioned at the end about Boeing. So here's a post that I found in our Gilded server by Irrational Exuberance. Boeing keeps Calhoun despite it all. Boeing shareholders re-elected their outgoing CEO to its board and approved his compensation package. Anyone care to guess how many millions of dollars this guy is getting? Now, the reason why Boeing is in the news is because of its very public failures with its parts and machines and whistleblowers dying left and right. Another whistleblower just died. That's one of the reasons why I brought this up. And Boeing is part of this scheduled launch that NASA keeps delaying. Something about leaky helium. Don't know what it means exactly, but I'm kind of guessing there's some foreshadowing here, and Boeing being referenced in connection with that is very ominous. And yes, Diana South, you got it. He got a $33 million compensation package. Thank you. Multi-C0 Dagger, the IPS, appreciates the support. And this is what we're doing with the support, of course. In addition to punching Big Brother in the face through the court system, we have upgraded our phones. And there are more things to come. This is going to turn into a tabloid specifically for the auto hoaxer from the off-world stage perspective. Something outside the box entirely, something that's needed, and I have a distribution plan that is doable. I have a marketing plan that will guarantee that we scale up, which is the whole point here. This is ground zero. All right, Aries 1, thank you for joining. Looks like Osher has passed out 5 Blue Wrench Lodge wrenches. So if you're in the chat, you may be receiving these memberships, which means if you go to the main IPS channel, that's Infinite Plane Society on YouTube, you'll have access to members-only content, previews of interviews, documentaries, and of course, the morning deprogram where I bring up what we're going to discuss later, and I get your comments first. So Isabel N., Benton, CM, GZ510, Flat Sabbath, and Toe Cutter are all now armed with blue wrenches. Abuse the power responsibly, please. I cannot take credit or responsibility for anything you do with it. SpaceX rockets keep tearing blood red atmospheric holes in the sky. Yeah, the sky above Arizona is bleeding because of the Falcon 9 rockets with the Starlink satellites. It says here, ripped a hole open above Arizona that made the sky bleed. These are ionospheric holes. Now, why would they make this connection? Why would they suggest that Elon's rockets are making the sky bleed? Now, it has a few connotations. The main one for me, though, is Musk is the leading polluter of cyberspace and outer space, mind space, all of it. And he's an example of why we can't have capitalism. We can't have people with money getting more money and buying power, buying influence, dominating large industries. And Musk is, I believe, a totally fake, fabricated, scripted character. He's an actor, as we've described. And we often talk about his connection to Constantine, Iron Man, Jack Parsons, Willy Wonka. But there's another element we have to also bring up, I kind of forget sometimes, which is his Henry Ford aspect. And this has been commented on. You know, the T model, I think, does correlate pretty well to the Tesla. And just as Henry Ford is known for the publication, was it the Dearborn newsletter or something, with his, quote, anti-Semitic screeds, is pretty much X and Elon Musk getting into publishing for the same reason. I think these are deliberate connections that are made, like he is this era's Henry Ford, like him or not. Okay, continuing. We'll get back into that in a minute. Biden camp has field day with wobbly Trump at podium. Now, this is an interesting picture. It has Trump leaning over. And Synchromorpheus said, it looks like he was shot at the podium that bears a seal with the names Lincoln and Reagan on it, 2 presidents who were shot. It also shows silhouettes of their heads. The red part of the flag behind his head looks like a blood splatter. That it does. It really does. And one of the main purposes of the conversation last night was to describe how the next 9/11 is going to involve this JFK situation that they're bringing about with Trump. The foreshadowing is just off the charts. We were discussing all this foreshadowing for this thing that's scheduled, like it or not. Look, they write our history in advance. Everything is scripted. Now, there's a difference between saying it's all scripted and it's all fake. If you go into it's all fake, nothing's real, you're veering into nihilism. I would say the better position to be, the reasonable place, is objectivism. Go towards objectivism, reject nihilism. Everything is not fake. The model is inaccurate, but the thing that it imitates is real. Reality exists, like it or not. We get people realizing, okay, the shadows on the wall are fake, nothing exists. Well, no, you got to step out of the cave, and then you figure it out. There is no alt media that's out of the box. It's even silly that people even debate, is so-and-so controlled opposition? It's like, it doesn't even matter, because you're taking a controlled opposition position, even if that's not your intent. If you are upholding certain presuppositions, if you're still standing upon their edifice of lies. Okay, I want to breeze through my notes here. This thing with Trump is obviously brewing. And 6/11, though, the next big thing to watch if we're going to watch dates. And if you're disappointed by the eclipse, 6/11 is a day to watch. And speaking of the eclipse, that was 4/8, which is a reverse of 8/4, the date targeted for this event with Trump. And right before this eclipse, you had the 4.8 like MAGA, magnitude earthquake, ground zero at Trump's golf course. Very curious bits of foreshadowing. So, whatever you think about it, you can't dismiss it as nothing. It's very similar to every other PSYOP we've seen, where every step of the way, it's building the narrative, repeating the story. Even as we discussed last night, on these dates, you have very significant things occurring that seem to reinforce it. Yes, Smarty Pants, that's the new phone system if you look on the screen. And I'm now using a different system that allows us to have a caller queue. Okay, so we do have a caller in queue, so let me go ahead and test this out. And I believe if you're on hold, you can just listen. Hey, caller, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. You know who this is?
Oh, I think this is Garrow.
Yeah, JAS Jurassic Liars.
Awesome, awesome. Well, I'm getting a lot of positive feedback. A lot of people definitely want to catch up on your content, so I sent them links also.
No, I appreciate that. But no, the reason I was calling you is we don't have to talk about the Elvis thing, but I don't know if you want to talk about fake news and the codes. You know, that you want to come up with, you want to talk to them about that, or you want to stay on the topic of Trump?
No, let's do this code thing because you've been picking up on very interesting codes. We often talk about things that we pick up on, and you kind of blew my mind with this Brock Purdy looking like Oswald and Barack being Barack. Like, I didn't catch that, but they really do some clever stuff with language, don't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, there's, here's the thing. Like, I wasn't prepared to talk about either one of these. I just called in to talk about the fake news things because I didn't, because I don't even know if your viewers know about that. Have you ever talked to them about the fake news codes?
No, I haven't actually. I think we could bring them up to speed. I'm familiar with it, but let's get into it because they'll understand it for sure. This is right up their alley.
Well, I mean, the main codes that they use. If you look at your nightly news, like the world news type of thing, you'll see that almost every big story has a man or a son in their codes. I see. The problem is I wasn't prepared. I just saw that you were live, and I just said, let me try, because you were saying if anyone wants to call in to test it, but it's unfortunate that I don't have all the man-son codes in front of me. But that's the main two words that you will see in all their fake news stories.
Okay, I remember you bringing this up, and like Charles Manson, right? And he was another one of these cult leaders, claimed he was Jesus as part of this whole PSYOP thing. But I've heard some say that this represents the son of man, Aquarius. The sign of Aquarius is a man dumping water. But I've heard a few different interpretations for what Manson meant. But yeah, the thing is here, of course, you're referring to how names in stories, and we always look at names. The names in these various PSYOPs are usually part of the story. And what you're pointing out here is that the name man or the name son are consistently used with these hoaxes.
Yeah, the big stories. Most of the time you will see that. It'll be the man or son. Like either the victim will be a man or the suspect will be a son or both. They'll have a combination of the two. And yeah, like Charles Mann's son, he has both. You have that Nelson Mandela crap, So you have that, and that's why they came up with this. It's total, a psyop that they came up with,
I got
this
you.
this Nelson Mandela crap. And then you had the O.J. Simpson son trial, and who did O.J. kill? He killed a Ron Goldman, and who was the guy who found the bloody glove? Furman, that marked Furman, you know. And where did 9/11 happen? In Manhattan. And you know, where did that big World War II supposed event that happened? In Germany. You know, you had the man again.
Okay,
So,
I
you know,
got
it
you.
just goes on and on. I mean,
Well, let me run
yeah.
one by you. I picked one up last year. I've been picking up this ever since BLM started with Trayvon Martin. Trey is an anagram for Tyre, Tyre, which is, I believe, a pretty strong reference to the Masonic death of Hiram Abiff. Anyway, long story short, I've been noticing that like Tyre Nichols, uh, Trayvon, and then as I've been going through these, I'm like, wait, even like Martin, as in Martin Luther King, martyr, they all have this thing like Trayvon Martin. So I'm noticing martyr and Trey or Tyree as being consistent. And then Jamie Foxx is in this one, and Jamie Foxx was really big in BLM when it started. He actually promoted Trayvon Martin's death. So he's in this movie where he's a clone after people think that he died and came back. But it's called They Cloned Tyrone. So again, the Tyrone, Tyre. So patterns. King, the name King was huge last year.
Yeah.
Rodney King like beating. Martin Luther King's daughter was there. Then you have like even at the beating of Rodney King, you had that after the riots, you had Reginald Denny, and you know Reg is King. So King is a huge one, as you kind of alluded to with Elvis quite a bit.
Right. My original codes were King Man Son, and when I took the king out of the codes, I told everybody that the next time they use a king, it's going to be in the most biggest story you'll ever see, and that's where this next King story is going to be, which is the King County Elvis the King connection with June 11th. So that's what I did when I told everybody I'm taking the king out of the codes, because it was the King Man Son code. That was my original codes. And when I started doing videos on YouTube 10 years ago, but I knew the codes ever since the O.J. Simpson trial. That's how I figured it out. But because of Martin Luther King, the Rodney King, and stuff. So that's why I was saying the King Man Son code, but they never used the king in any of their codes after that. So that's why I realized they only use it for big stories. And that's why the next time you see the king involved, that will be it. But to get up back to your Trayvon Martin connection, first of all, he's got the TM. T is the 20th letter, M is the 13th letter, makes 33, which is their code that they use, obviously. But before I get into that, the reason they use the 33 is, I told you, everything they do is a mockery of God. The King Man Son code is the mockery of God, because Jesus is the King of Kings. He is the Son of Man. That's what he was called, the Son of Man. And so those three things are connected to God, and they love to mock God. Jesus was supposedly 33 when he was crucified, and he rose from the dead at 33. So that's why they use the 33 as the number of ascension in Freemasonry.
Okay.
So that's every time you see the suspect, yeah.
Well, that was
Go
I
ahead.
said this last night. When Rodney King was beaten, one, they said it was 1 minute 19 seconds, but two, they said he was hit with the baton 33 times. So you have this again, King 33, always connecting it. And yeah, and I've always seen King 33 and Phoenix are correlated. And Phoenix is another symbol that was
And-
once referencing Christ.
Right. And that Rodney King thing, it was at 12. It was at 12:30, I think, on 12/3, which is that's 3/3 again, because 1 + 2 is 3. So it was loaded with 33s. That Rodney King thing. I'm sorry, it happened on 3/3, the date.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
At 12:30 or something like that, but at night. But it was on 3/3. So that's another 33 code. But the TM connection, the 33, T and M equals 33. That's the Tupelo, Mississippi, Memphis, Tennessee connection. because Elvis was born in Tupelo, Mississippi, and from TM he went to Memphis, Tennessee, which is the MT, because his tomb is empty, and Elvis lives. You understand? Because that's his anagram. Elvis lives. Long live the king, type of thing.
Yes, yes, and that's another repeated theme.
Anyway.
The 33, King, Phoenix, these are all about the dying, resurrecting. And then you made another connection between just the words here, made me think of it, resurrection and insurrection. And you cannot separate Trump from insurrection, which is kind of his main thing right now. And now he's preparing for his second coming,
Right.
and the second coming election, which I think now is really the time to watch what happens with everything you've been talking about as we get close to this, because it's out there in predictive programming. Anybody can see it. And even some mainstream articles have accidentally referenced things like Laura Loomer's pointing out how in the Atlantic it has a $47 and a gun, a bullet hole, and like it references Trump. So you have these repeated themes out there. It's on the public psyche right now. But to get back to what you were just saying about Trayvon Martin, 33 TM, I didn't catch that
Yeah.
one. That
And-
one's
and-
yeah.
Yeah, and who was the killer of Trayvon Martin? It was who was the killer
Oh,
of him?
George
I
Zimmerman.
forget.
George Zimmerman.
George Zimmerman. Zimmerman. See what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
It's got the man in it, Zimmerman, right? And what is his initials? George Zimmerman, GZ. G is 7, Z is 26, makes 33.
Okay, got that. And that one event was hyped up by Jamie Foxx, and this gets into a whole other area, but this is like a martyr cult. And someone points out that Mar, of course, Mars, and then Tyree or Tyr or Trey, that's TYR is Mars in the North myth. But anyway, this is a reoccurring code. So when I see King, you know, I think it was like last year there was some race-based fight, and the guy who hit somebody with a chair, his name was Reggie. So you see this King is a, you know, King or Reginald Denny. I see that a lot, but let's continue on with these codes because these are intriguing to me. Numbers are always standing out to me. The 42 is almost always associated with these race war psyops. The number 42 seems to be like a code for that. Have you observed that one?
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't really look at the only number I really look at when it comes to like fake news. I only pay attention to the 33 code because that is their main code that they use in their fake news. But I look at more of the words that they use. So you can get back to the 42, but I'm trying to not forget what I'm trying to say here. But when it comes to the word codes, this is what you're looking for in these fake stories. Besides the man and son, you're also looking for the same initials code. Anytime you see the same initials, that's another code. It can be either in the name of the place or in the name of the victim, the name of the suspect. You know, so the same initials code is another one. Then you have the sexual innuendo code. You know, they'll put a dick, a cock, you know, anything to do with, you know, some kind of sexual innuendo in these stories, and especially in kids' stories. Oh man, it's just unreal. Because I'll give you an example. You know that famous shooting that happened on December 14th, George Washington's death date in 2012.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about? That famous school shooting.
Oh yeah, that's one of our favorites. Go on.
I don't want to say it, but the initials SH. I don't want to say it. Do you know what street that shooting happened on?
No, what street did it happen on?
Dick in Sun. So that shooting had the Sun code and the Dick in the Sun. So it's Dick in Sun, and it was it was about children, right? And
that's insane.
You'll notice that.
Look, I mean, you're onto it though, because whatever people want to say, the symbolism it's loaded with innuendo. One of the worst places, if you want to look for that kind of thing, is NASA and all their dirty space jokes, or SpaceX is truly space sex. It is all about that. It is about the generative principle. It's about reincarnation. It's about sex magic, and it's not about traveling to some distant place. So when you get these stories from any of these articles, they mean it. They mean the innuendo. It's intentional.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'll give you another example. Like they'll have the stupidest stories about kids who are like future artists. They'll call them oh man, what is it called? The the miniature, the baby Picasso, or the baby Picasso painter. They love the pee-pee, right? So Picasso painter, they'll use the PP, and they'll keep using the P in every single one of their stories, man. And Pablo Picasso is the initials for Picasso, PP, because the PP is the dick reference. And this is what they do. They use it in every one of these stories, man. Like that's the same thing with Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood is the PP, and they just, like I said, it's rampant, the PP connection with these dudes, because they're a bunch of pigeon pecking perverts.
Okay, well that's a fantastic alliteration.
Yeah.
And
That's what they do.
and look, we know. Look, they use JC a lot. I see JC in movies, actors, directors, Jim Carrey, James Cameron, where they're deliberately inferring Jesus Christ. There's no doubt about it. There's this overlay of symbolism on everything. And what you're pointing out here doesn't shock or surprise me at all. The people that run this place are speaking to us on multiple levels, I'll say.
Yeah, and JC is, definitely they use the JC a lot to mock Jesus Christ. And what's John Carpenter? And that's what Elvis used to go as when he was going incognito. Elvis would use the name John Carpenter, and that was before John Carpenter became famous. No one knew who John Carpenter was when Elvis was using his name.
Ooh, that's
And
interesting.
and
That is
and
interesting because John Carpenter,
and
They Live, yeah.
yeah, and They Live, right? But wait, what about what is John Carpenter known for? Like, what kind of movies? His genre?
John Carpenter is with They Live, and then the other one, I guess you'd call it horror, but it's also like unveiling
Right.
stuff. But yeah,
Right, horror movies, right? More of a horror type of thing. Why would this guy make an Elvis movie? Why? Like, just ask yourself, like, how do you go from making horror movies, like The Thing, whatever that movie, The Thing, I think that was one of his.
yeah.
Anyway, They Live. Why would you do an Elvis movie? It doesn't even make any sense because of the John Carpenter connection. And JC and Christ was a carpenter, right? So it's JC and a carpenter, and who did and Elvis went as John Carpenter, right? Incognito, when you would check into hotels and stuff. And you know who his first wife was?
No. Who?
Here, let me play it for you. It was Adrienne Barbeau, right?
Adrienne Barbeau.
When was Adrienne Barbeau born?
Adrienne Barbeau was born on June 11th, 1945.
You see that?
6'11", yes.
So this creature's born on June. Yeah. So she's born on the day that I'm telling you that Seattle, Washington, the state of Washington is going to be struck on June 11th. See what I mean? Like, everything connects to Elvis, connects to this puzzle, And John Carpenter, guess when he's born? Watch this. So remember, she's born on 6/11. When was John Carpenter born?
John Carpenter was born on January 16th, 1948.
1/16, 6/11 backwards.
Ooh,
You know
good
what I mean?
catch,
116,
good catch.
611. Yeah. It's all connected, this dude, this Elvis to this. Why would John Carpenter make an Elvis movie? It makes absolutely no sense.
No, it actually doesn't make any sense. And by the way, I mentioned how I watched the movie Elvis. When I watch movies, I watch the trailers too because I consider it part of the programming. And it was Black Adam was the trailer before Elvis, and it has this superhero played by The Rock with a lightning bolt on his chest. The Elvis movie opens up where he's got the lightning bolt around his neck across his chest. And the Rock
Right.
and Elvis as the rock star, and he talks about this thing, the Rock of Ages, but the Rock is a very important reference. And I think it may allude to something. Like I do think that the rock star may be emblematic of the fallen angel. You know, it's a light in the sky, it falls, it assumes matter, and the worship.
Yeah.
Anyway, my point is, or what you're bringing up is this way of contextualizing things, using these initials to draw other connections. Another good example is Jim Caviezel, who plays Jesus in Passion of the Christ. He was 33, Jim Caviezel was 33 in this Mel Gibson movie. During the filming of the movie, they claim during the Sermon of the Mount filming, he was struck by lightning and he died, and they had to resuscitate him. So that's just complete and entire phony, but it's blasphemy, but it's a PR stunt. But that's how far they go because they think people will believe anything. One more point in that movie called The Sound of Freedom with Jim Caviezel in it, they keep on referencing Timothy 6:11. 6:11 is a huge code with the right wing for some reason. But anyway, another JC, Jesus Christ, and they go full on with the
Wow, I
imitation.
didn't know that. I didn't know that last one. I'm sorry, I didn't know that last one. That's a good one. That Timothy 6:11 one. I didn't know that it was referencing that.
Oh yeah, and there's a couple 6:11s. Ephesians 6:11, the armor of God, is referenced by a lot of right wingers, and Timothy 6:11 is the main verse talked about in this Sound of Freedom. So that's two references to the 6:11, and for people who don't know, 11:6, 6:11, very consistently attached to domestic violent extremism, and I see 6:11 as the inversion of 9/11, and it's the death date of Timothy McVeigh, who was 33 when they electrocuted him. Another obvious reference.
Right, in 2001. Yeah. In 2001, yeah.
That's
I know
right.
that. Yeah, I mentioned that. He got the, yeah. And Timothy McVeigh is the TM, which is the 33 Tupelo, Mississippi, Memphis, Tennessee code. The TMMT.
Hey, would you explain the Donald Trump? Isn't it Donald Trump like a 420? It's right, DT. And the way you explain this one, because I keep seeing the 42s associated with a lot of these different psyops, but the 42 creates like a symbol of Saturn, and so it's one of these like references that I've been pointing out. But anyway, I've seen the DT is 420. How do you interpret that? Like you mentioned the zero, like is it a crown? Is it the corona?
Oh, the 420? Yeah, the zero is a crown. Yeah. You've heard the saying zero to hero, right? So that's basically what it is. The zero can be nothing or it can be a hero. That's what basically it's putting out there for you. But the Elvis, he started working at Crown Electric on 420. So that's 42 with a crown. And that's what this whole thing's about, Elvis getting a crown. And Elvis died at the age of 42. Washington is the 42nd state. But as far as the esoteric meaning of 42, I'm not so sure what all that means. Yeah, you got me on that one. I don't know the Jupiter and all that stuff connection or whatever you said, Saturn. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, I'm not in. I don't know that.
Well, that's great. I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter. I mean, I think one of the issues is when people say this number means this. A lot of it is context specific. And I'm just looking at how things are used. And when I see these patterns, they just really stand out. And I've seen this 42 associated with Saturn, the destroyer, Apollyon, this whatever it is that takes down the West. I think it's a reference to the nuke. So interestingly, of course, Donald Trump has always been attached to this narrative. And I think it's going to be blamed on whatever happens. He's inextricably tied to it all. I mean, he's got to be one of the most scripted characters on the world stage. He's everywhere. Going back before he was even known to anybody, he's showing up in predictive programming. He's like etched into our collective psyche for a reason. And I think you're onto something with that.
No, you're absolutely right. He's definitely been in the script for way before he was even anyone even knew who he was. But before I forget, yeah, I'd mentioned all the Jim Caviezel the Weasel stuff that when he was 33 and that was total BS about him getting struck by lightning. It's complete mockery of God. See, that's why I tell people just because somebody says they believe in God doesn't mean that they actually believe, because in the Bible it says that many are called but few are chosen. So that's what I'm saying. There's only a few that are actually going to make it to heaven, because most people are just they say they believe but they don't believe. So that's why I tell people it's actually better for you to be when Jesus said he's going to spit out all the lukewarm people. So it's either he'd rather you be cold and be a devil than to be warm in the middle, like having one foot in hell, one foot in heaven. So that's why I tell you guys you have to be super passionate for Christ, and I know you don't believe, but I'm hoping that one day you do, and that's why I'm trying not to get into the religious aspect with you, because I want you to do that on your own, because I know you don't really want to talk about that. But
well, I agree with this.
like I
This
said,
is
I
a
hope
fact.
and pray.
It is a fact that we live in a world of lies. It's not an exaggeration. Nobody's unprogrammed. Nobody's starting off with a clean slate where we're just born truthful and then we try to stay truthful. No, we are immersed in lies from the second we're born. We're steered down paths that are built on lies. The entire edifice is built on falsehoods. So there's not an honest person alive unless they're honest with themselves first, when they take control of their own perceptions. So lying is the default, and this world is made this way for a reason.
Yeah,
It's
but
a conundrum.
yeah, but that they have controlled opposition, right? So what better way to take control, just like they have controlled opposition in the truth movement, than if because I believe in Jesus with all my heart and soul. So what I'm saying to you is, don't you think that they're going to take the belief in God and completely pervert it? That's what they've done, and that's why it's hard for some people to believe, because they'll be like, well, how can this be that? They're so evil. This is evil. That's evil. So what I'm trying to say to you is that it's the same thing with the truth movement, that you have all these supposed truthers who are actually not truthers. You know what I mean? So that's the same thing with the religion. They perverted it, and that's where we disagree with a lot of stuff, because I blame the pigeon peckers, and you don't want to do that. But that's, like I said, I'm not here to argue with you, because I'm here to help people, and that's why, and that I appreciate that you even give me the platform, because I know we don't agree on everything, but
Sure. Well,
I just want people to.
the truth is the truth, and if you say something that's factually true, and someone hears it and they do something with it, good. I'm not, in a position to, conclude certain things. So here we are discussing these things. But what I am definitely honest with myself and my own perceptions. And the more I look at media, the more I'm like, you can't really separate the psychological, the political manipulations from the potential spiritual ramifications, especially when you look at how people act. I think it's very incongruent for modern people with iPhones to be acting like medieval savages, like in the streets. It doesn't make any sense to me. So there's obviously something askew with the world. I do believe in objective evil. I don't think that it's just a construct. Obviously, there's good and evil. And anyone who says otherwise, I really question, what kind of life experiences are you lacking that you don't believe in evil? Like, good for you. So, no, I'm not a complete neutral in this. I'm very interested in the truth, whatever it happens to be.
Okay.
So I appreciate you taking the time,
Right.
to communicate about this. And
Yeah.
things can change in a second. And this storyline that you're pointing out, it doesn't make sense if you put it only in a political context.
Yeah, but this Trump thing is man, it is so obvious that they're setting it up, the head wound, which I've been talking about for all these years, for August 4th, and in Ohio, by the way. And see, what people don't understand is that all the prediction dates and the places, this was supernatural. I didn't literally all the connections I found were after I made the prediction. That's what's incredible. Just like Ohio, I said Ohio would be the place that Trump would get the head wound. And then I started researching what Ohio had, and every single thing in Ohio connects to Trump. And you want to go through a few of the things?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I had someone in the chat ask me to ask you about Ohio.
Right. That's why I saw that too in the chat. That's why I'm bringing it up. So I'm telling people that Trump's going to get his head wound on August 4th in Ohio, right? And then I research Ohio. I come to find out that what is it called? The capital of Ohio is Columbus. And Columbus is the 614 area code, and that's where Trump's birthday is 614. Okay? So that's the first connection. Then August 4th on a regular year is the 216th day of the year. On a leap year is 216, 217. But the 216 area code is in Cleveland, Ohio. That's another connection. And the zip codes, those are the area codes that I just mentioned. And the zip codes all start with 44 or 45. I mean, most of them, probably like 80% of them. And 44, 45 is Trump. He's the 44, 45 president, 44th person, 45th person. 44th person, 45th actual president to take office.
Gotcha.
So go ahead.
Gotcha. No, okay. Now this Columbus thing is interesting because this recent spate of riots on the college campuses kicked off in Columbus, and someone pointed this out. We're like, okay, well, Columbus has some strong significance in the big script. You have the dove Columba associated with Noah, which is the story of the ark and the flood, has to do with a reset. But the 614, I pointed this out last night, in the movie Don't Look Up, the Earth's going to be destroyed. It's going to be impacted by a comet in 6 months, 14 days. And I correlated this with Alec Baldwin saying he wanted a meteor to hit the White House before he, shot that person who had Trump's birthday. So 614, I can see where you got that. The 216, you said Cleveland, and I think you've talked about this in your live stream. I've heard you talk about Cleveland, possibly a reference to what's going to happen when that face on the Pacific West Coast gets blasted. Cleveland, some kind of a split, perhaps.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Mhm. And I forgot what I was saying now. Yeah, that's the Seattle event, the June 11th. I mean, not Seattle, but the Washington State event on June 11th. Yeah. Now I forgot. I lost my concentration.
Well, let me run some comments by you because Jay Diggs says the tallest building in Seattle is the Columbia Center. That's interesting.
Oh, I never knew that. Yeah, you got me on that one. The CC. Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, I don't know that one.
Okay, now you were mentioning about the types of words they use, and I'm watching this TV show. I just watched it called A Man in Full, which is obviously about Trump, and his name is Charlie. I think it's Charlie Coker. But if you look at the way it's spelled, it's obviously a reference to, and then he's always posing in front of a building, like a very phallic symbol behind him. You're right about that. And I don't want to recommend anyone watch it unless they really want to. It's pretty explicit at the end, where they make it very clear that it's all about these innuendos. Just another point, and his initials, though, CC. And Luis Ortiz says, now that I think about it, a lot of people with the same initials are involved in some sort of sex psyop. Caitlin Clark, Hulk Hogan, Kim Kardashian. So there you have CC, HH, and KK. Interesting observation.
Yeah, and they also use, besides the sexual innuendos and the same initials, they use like the nocturnal creature code, like the rat, the bat, the cat, the owl. The rat, the bat, the cat, the owl, the wolf, the snake. It's always some reference to that. Like the Bataclan, the Batman. There was a few other ones I can't remember. Every time I've seen them in the news, I would mention it, but now I can't remember them all.
No, this is good actually. Like the Bataclan thing has some fascinating connections because there was a fireman at the Bataclan who supposedly saved the crown of thorns from Notre Dame, from the spire as it burned. So you have the Bataclan connection in that sense. And then recently in Copenhagen, you had the stock exchange's tower burn, and in the shot where the news is recording this thing burning, you see an advertisement for DC Comics and you have the Batman logo there. Very common theme. All these animals, by the way, rats, bats, cats, snakes, wolves, these are all sacred to the goddesses, the night goddesses like Hecate and these various aspects of the goddess. It's always night creatures. Owls are a huge part of it too.
The owl, yeah, that one too, yeah. I forgot that one, yeah. And but yeah, all you have to do is, if you just pay attention, you'll see it in almost every one of their stories. You know, if you just look at the last few big stories that were on the news, see, that's the thing. I don't pay attention to them because I don't really do the news videos anymore. But you just look, like, who was that golfer that just got he has the same initials, Scotty Scheffler. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
The golfer that was arrested, you know, whatever the hell cares, you know. But I'm just saying, it's always the same, you know, stupid codes that they have in these stories.
Yeah, well, that's something else to look for. And now that you pointed it out, I think people are going to be able to look and see what we've even glossed over. Swirling Spice in the comments points out that Seattle's hockey team is the Kraken. And I've seen their logo. Have you seen the logos for the Kraken in Seattle?
Yeah, I've showed that many times. And I used to tell everybody Elvis is the Kraken before they named Seattle the Kraken team. And they showed the Space Needle as an anchor, and an anchor goes to the bottom of the sea. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh,
They're
that's
telling
good.
you to sing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And they often show.
Oh, it has a snake going up.
Yeah, the Kraken on
snake
the
going up it, right?
Yeah, well, and I'm like, okay, that's
right. Yeah. That's it. That's what I meant to say. I said snake. Yeah, it's a Kraken going up it. Yeah.
Okay, now Etheric Bliss says before they were Kraken, they were the Thunderbirds, for whatever that's worth. Wouldn't Thunderbirds have a connection with Elvis? He always had that Phoenix design on his. I'd have to look at that, but that is an interesting connection.
Well, that was actually a Thunderbird. Yeah, that was actually a Thunderbird that he would put on his outfits, but I call it a Phoenix because he would wear an eagle, a dragon, but yeah, mainly it was that big bird that looked like a phoenix. But they kept saying it was a Thunderbird.
Okay, so definitely that's a link there. Fascinating.
Yeah, and you know, in concert, see Elvis in concert, he would always start. Before he would come out, they would put the 2001 Space Odyssey. You know, this is way before 9/11. They would put the 2001 Space Odyssey music while he was coming out. And just let me tell you what the first song that they would play after that music. I'll tell you why the music is important. But the first song he would sing would be CC Rider. First of all, the CC, the letters are 3/3. But C can be the water because he's the B side of the sea, or it can be vision, like you see something. But it's just funny that he would start all his stupid concerts with the CC Rider song, but before he would do his song, he would come out with his music, the 2001 Space Odyssey, and the guy who wrote the music to the 2001 Space Odyssey, listen to this. Did Richard Strauss write 2001 Space Odyssey? Oh, they didn't say it. Who wrote the 2001 theme to the Space Odyssey? Can't even talk. You stupid Google piece of crap.
Okay, but let's get this.
Strauss,
Go ahead.
Anyway, forget it. Yes, I'm sorry.
Well, no,
I
this
just
is
wanted you
good.
to hear them say his name is Richard Strauss.
Richard Strauss, and it's the song.
Anyway, the guy's name is Richard Strauss.
Also, or it's Thus Spoke Zarathustra. And the thing about that too
Yeah, I
is
didn't want to say that. Yeah.
2001 Space Odyssey has predictive programming for 9/11, which is hugely significant here, considering the connection between the Twin Towers, Trump, and this bigger story anyway.
Yeah, and the reason I was bringing that up, there was a reason why I was bringing that up, is Richard Strauss. First of all, Richard is Dick, but look, Richard Strauss, look when he was born. When was composer Richard Strauss born? Oh man, I'm gonna break this Google.
Gremlins, you got Gremlins. I'll ask
Oh, I
it.
lowered the volume. Now I know. No, I know why. I lowered the volume. When was Richard Strauss, the composer, born?
He was born on June 11th, 1864.
He was born on June 11th. Again, like, what is the chance that the guy's born on June 11th? You know, absolutely ridiculous. Hold on a second. Let me lower this.
Okay, so
Go
this
ahead.
is interesting to consider because we're talking about the composer of the song that Elvis played that references strongly 2001 Space Odyssey and 9/11. And here we are talking about C.C. Ryder referencing the sea, and whatever's going to hit Seattle. So another 9/11 event, the 6/11 event, is actually referenced with this guy's birth date. Yeah, that's a very interesting, profound link there.
Yeah. And to the people who are possibly thinking there might be some fake alien invasion thing, have you heard about that? What do you think of that? Like some kind of fake alien invasion event?
Yeah, that's something that's been talked about a lot. And I remember I was reading this article about Donald Trump's 42nd birthday party. And at this party, and there's no video of it, but they claim that they had a 15-foot diameter UFO with laser shows, like during the party. And I'm like, that's weird. 42 associated with the UFO and all
I
that.
read that. Yeah, I read that also. Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But
And it was in 1988 he turned 42. But go ahead.
But as far as will they do it, can they do it? That's an interesting question because I'd like to think that there are enough people who are aware of it that it wouldn't work. But I think that the way the world is, we're far outnumbered by far more triggerable and vocal people who are just utterly programmed. So it's fakeable, and they certainly could. I don't know if I'm not sure how they would pull it off without cutting off a lot of our connection as far as our ability to debunk it. But I'm not really quite sure. I mean, what do you think? Do you think that maybe there is going to be a staged one, or do you think there is something to it beyond just being fake?
Well, if you've noticed a lot of the movies and references to Elvis, they see him as some kind of super being, like from out of this world. Every time they kind of mention him, they mention him in a weird alien way. Even the X-Files had him as an alien. The alien comes down dressed as Elvis, and there was a few other Elvis UFO references. But what's interesting about the Elvis connection to the, whatever, the alien crap, is that there was this wow signal that happened, right before he died. There was a transmission from space, supposedly, that a radio telescope, and guess where this radio telescope that picked it up? It was in Ohio Radio Telescope, it was called. So you have the Ohio reference again, and this was a couple of hours before he died. It was on August 15th at around between 10 and 11 p.m., and Elvis died sometime August 16th in the morning. But it's just weird that they had this transmission from space. They call it the wow signal.
The wow signal. Okay, now that's interesting in itself for a few reasons. Wow and the symbolism behind that word. But I want to point this out too. You mentioned 1977. There was this David Bowie song from 1972 called Starman, and it prophesied that in 5 years, the Starman would save us. And so the man who fell to earth is about this character. And 1977 is when he's supposed to show up on the world stage. And what ties in here is that David Bowie, of course, has Elvis's birthday. And this prophecy of the Starman, I think, even references the man they put in the Tesla Roadster and sent into fake space. So it's like the Starman is the rock Starman, and the man who fell to Earth, of course, is a reference not just to Bowie or this savior from space, but it's Mr. Satan. Starman is an anagram for Mr. Satan, and El, of course, Elohim, El, Saturn. It has all these connotations of the lights from the sky coming down to the earth. So I do think there's a great deal of alien slash rock star savior symbolism that is encoded into Elvis and Bowie. It's part of this underlying story here. So there's definitely some alien story here.
Yeah. I was the first one to reveal that Mr. Satan thing when they were doing the Starman. And check this out. So yeah, David Bowie. First of all, the reason they use Tesla for all this shenanigans, the name, because Tesla is the word Seattle. If you use the same letter twice, you can make the word Seattle with the word Tesla. And the David Bowie connection is, David Bowie, not only does he have his birthday of Elvis, he uses the lightning bolt also, just like Elvis, the TCB, taking care of business motto that Elvis with the logo. And his last album came out on Elvis's birthday, which is his birthday, David Bowie. And on that album, besides it being called Black Star, he had a song called Lazarus. And you remember I was telling you how Trump is playing, like the Lazarus figure or Jesus figure. He's going to rise from the dead. And on that album was called Black Star, right? And that Black Star connects to Elvis. You know that Elvis is the Black Star, right?
That's correct. So there's the overlapping birth dates, a posthumous album. It references, even there's an Elvis song called Black Star about predicting one's death, and Bowie seemed to be predicting his own death with this release. He has the lightning bolt over one eye, and then Bowie's also known for that dilated pupil. So one of his eyes already is emphasized over the other. So it's that reoccurring theme. Interestingly, he's the effigy. So David Bowie's the effigy in the Tesla Roadster, and in the movie The Prestige, David Bowie plays Nicholas Tesla.
Well, I didn't see that movie. I heard it was really good. I didn't see that movie.
I think I have to see it because I know it has to do with twins and Tesla. So that there's something in there I have to see it. Nobody will give me any spoilers, so I'm going to have to do it myself. But Tesla, Seattle, that's an interesting connection. I hadn't seen that before.
But you know why Elvis is the Black Star? Have you seen that? I mean, the connections. I know you've seen my video on it probably, but do you remember? You want me to tell you? Or
yeah, why don't you remind me of these, because this is a very important psyop.
Right. So before David Bowie ever had a Black Star song or Black Star album or song, whatever the hell, Elvis had a movie called Flaming Star, which was originally called Black Star, and the song from it was called Black Star. They changed it to Flaming Star, everything. So for some reason they changed it from Flaming Star to Black Star. And also, that was back in the 60s, this song. And also Elvis, he's the only one on the Hollywood Walk of Fame to have a black star. Because his original star was on Hollywood Boulevard closer to Highland, which is one of the streets over there, the cross street. So, but they moved it closer to the beginning of the Hollywood Boulevard, and they moved Elvis's star over there. So now Elvis's original star is a black star because they're referencing the dead twin, because Elvis had an identical twin that was sacrificed at birth or whatever the hell happened to him. But so that's where the black star comes in. he's the only one with a black star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. You know.
Very interesting. I considered that Black Star may even have some connotation with Saturn and this 42 thing. David Bowie, DB 42. His whole career, also, by the way, David Bowie's whole musical career has almost been like an accompaniment to the rollout of NASA, including his posthumous ride in the space car. There's a lot to dig into here with Elvis and Bowie, these connections. There's even some strange Kanye West connections where some say, because he was born in 77, some say that he's the next one to wear the mantle of Elvis. It went from Elvis to Bowie to Ye, which I think is preposterous, but there is this continuity, this story there that's been commented on, even by Rolling Stones. So I'll have to dig deeper into these connections with Bowie and Elvis. Okay, now there's someone else who has Elvis's birthday. It's the Rocket Man, which has connection.
Yeah.
Korea, right? What's his name? Kim Jong Un.
The North Korean dictator, I call him. The North Korean dictator his name is Kim Ding Dong, Kim Jong Un. He's born on Elvis's birthday, and that's why Trump was calling him Rocket Man, because the real Rocket Man is Elvis, you know, and that's why they're calling him Rocket Man, because he's got Elvis's birthday, and the word Rocket Man equals the exact same in gematria as Watergate, and water, I told you, equals Elvis in gematria, exact same numbers, and it also equals reset. So Elvis equals water, Elvis equals reset. So anytime you see water, you know they're talking about Elvis there, you know, with the word. But so Watergate, gate is a portal. So Elvis, the only president he visited was Nixon, and he gave Nixon a Colt 45. And I told you the 45 is in connection to Trump, and this whole thing is, you know, connected to that. So you have that reference too. And Nixon was involved in Watergate, which also he was involved in a scandal, the Watergate scandal. And, you know, I told you everything is about, with these perverts, they use the dick references. His name is Dick Nixon. They were calling him Tricky Dicky. And who was the person involved in the Watergate? His name was Deep Throat. See what I mean? How they play the games, Deep Throat and Dick.
Yeah, pretty bad, pretty terrible stuff there. I'm looking at the picture of Elvis with Richard Nixon, and there's a 45, which is a reference to Trump, you know, the whole 45 thing. And I always thought that when Trump started putting the 45 on his hat, on the side of his head, I always thought, okay, that's just preparing us. That's making a correlation, the 45 on the side of his head. And now it's 4547, which is a 9/11. Elton John is the Rocket Man as well. He's got the L in his name, Elton John, and
he's got, and the TON for Washington also. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, and he kind of caught my attention for a few reasons recently, but yeah, the Rocket Man is just one of these reoccurring themes. And in the Elvis movie, he talked about riding a rocket to the Rock of Ages. He makes these references in the movie that don't make any sense, but I think they're just throwing out these memes repeatedly. But to continue here, the Colt 45 gift to the president, that's absurd. How can you just walk into the White House with a Colt 45 to get a narcotics badge or whatever he got for it?
Yeah, yeah, and man, now I can't remember what we were talking about. My brain went blank. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I just went blank because I saw something on the TV. It distracted me. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, we've been talking about I guess we kind of got into the alien conversation here, and Elvis and aliens. Let's see. There's something else here. Well, okay. The Space Needle. One quick thing about the Space Needle is, it is a UFO on top. It's consciously, deliberately designed to be a UFO, which happens to add to 42 if you do the letters, but it's meant to be a UFO, and space is the new concept of heaven. So it's, it basically represents ascension, just like an obelisk would. Just pointing it out that it's deliberately in association with the alien. So if you want to, draw that conclusion, well, Elvis is even there connected. And even in Men in Black, I have to find it, but there's some connection to Elvis as well. they reference Elvis. I have to find that about him being alive, I think.
Yeah, and yeah, they say Elvis is still alive. He's just something. I can't remember what they say. Yeah, I've seen that, and also there's a reference to a Space Needle-like structure falling in front of them too.
Yeah, in
that
Corona
movie.
Field. It's Corona Field. Oh, Corona Park. It's Corona Park.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know
Where
that.
what happens? Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is that
Yeah.
Men in Black is centered around this Corona Park with this Space Needle thing. Roswell, the first UFO sighting, the first thing crashes in Corona Field. So there's been this ongoing connection, of course, between that term and aliens. Interestingly, what do you think about Trump saying that he looks like Elvis, which is something he's famous for saying?
Oh, before I talk about that, in the movie Zombieland, they mentioned the 45 that Elvis gave Nixon. That whole movie, parts 1 and 2, is all about Elvis. Every single thing. It's got the twin connection. It's got everything in that movie. I've shown it. It's all about. I can't even. I don't even want to get into it. But they took down my video on that. Stupid idiots. But I'm gonna have to rehash that one too. But somewhere down in one of my live streams, I did a short version of it. But anyway, so in the movie Zombieland 1 and 2. Now you were asking me about Trump. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Okay, good. I'm gonna watch Zombieland 1 and 2 with this in mind, because I didn't catch it the first time I saw it, and I didn't know there's part 2. Cubstar says Bubba Hotep's a good movie. It's got Elvis and JFK versus an Egyptian mummy.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yep, he's right. Yep, I've seen that.
Now, what I had brought up just a moment ago
And
is Elvis. I'm sorry, Trump goes out in public and he says he looks like Elvis. He gets an award on behalf of Elvis, and he says that people used to say he looks like Elvis. What do you think about Trump drawing attention to this?
yeah, well, because that's exactly what's going to happen when this mark comes out. Like I said, what is the mark going to be? Is it going to be the image of Elvis, or is it going to be the number of his name or his name? It's one of those three or all three. I don't know exactly what this mark is going to be, but whatever mark it is, it's in reference to Trump anyway, because Trump has that same silhouette or side profile as Elvis, and that's why you had that idiot doing the, did you see how he was going past with the eclipse? He put himself in front of the eclipse.
Oh, that's right.
His head.
Yeah, I when I saw that, actually,
Yeah.
I thought of you when I saw that. If people don't know, Trump shares this video that has the people looking up at the eclipse, and it's Trump's head going in front of the sun. And it looks like a joke, it's a funny meme, but if you just look at it objectively, from the symbolic point of view and the timing, it has some some significant implications, like sun god, sun king, about to be killed and resurrected. It's all there. It's all encoded into these
Yeah,
jokes.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was a resurrection. That's what he was. That's what basically they were showing you there. And and by the way, Elvis died in '77, so you would think that some other president would have already given the Presidential Medal of Freedom Award that the presidents give. You would think another president would have already given it to Elvis by then, but what they did was they waited all the way till Trump. So Trump was the one who gave Elvis the Presidential Medal of Freedom Award in 2018, I think it was, and posthumously, obviously, because Elvis is not there. But so he was the first one to. And while he was playing it, while he was, they were giving him the award to Elvis. Trump was. They played the song that had the words "Lord" in it and "God," and Trump was like holding his tie and like playing around with it as if the song was talking about him, But he said, Trump says about Elvis, he says the king, the true king. That's what he said about Elvis. Because when he said Elvis, he said the king, and then he said the true king.
Yeah,
and,
I recall that. I recall.
And also,
I was like, why? Yeah, like you said, why would you wait decades after to give him this award? And it just seemed like Trump was a little smug when the award was being received, and it wasn't for him. His mannerisms, I thought, were a little smug.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, he's doing it on purpose. The comparison to Elvis is they're putting that in your head. That way everybody will be okay with the Elvis worship when it happens, because they'll think they're worshiping Trump either way.
Wow, this is really intriguing. Um, Dua Simpera says, kind of like when Alex Jones accepted the Bill Hicks Award. Yes, yes, I don't know if you remember that. Alex Jones accepted an award on behalf of Bill Hicks, which makes zero sense. I mean, they had the same producer, but yeah, that was kind of similar to this, I think.
Wow, that's a good one because technically they're not the same person, but they're compared that people say that they're the same people.
Yeah, there's this weird twinning thing, and whatever people think about Alex and Hicks, who has spread that more than him? It's like this intentional, it's an whatever it is. Okay, let's see what else. I think we've covered a lot of ground. There was something I mentioned yesterday. We were talking about Levi's, and you had mentioned the Triple Crown and how the Triple Crown symbol has a lot to do with Elvis. And I remember you had brought this up, so I want to put it up on the screen because I wanted to ask you about it last night. The Levi's logo looks like an inverted crown with 3 points, and then of course it has an anagram for Elvis. There it is. I just put that on the screen.
Yeah, that's what I said in my videos, that the Levi's logo is an upside down crown. That's what that is.
Yep, I can't unsee it. It's one of those things I can't unsee once my attention's been drawn to it. And it's Elvis or Lives.
Yep, or Lives. Yeah, that's what that whole Black Lives was about. They wanted to get the name Elvis all across the earth. And so, yeah, you have the Elvis logo, the Levi's. Everybody wears Elvis. It's like already everyone having the mark because everybody wore Levi's at one time,
Yeah, if we look at this
and
in
Levi's
terms of, like you said, everyone's wearing it. If we're like, this is meme warfare, proliferating the image. And long before the internet, everybody has this on them. And does it matter? Well, apparently symbols, numbers, and these occult references do matter to the powers that be that are disseminating them. So yeah, I think it's kind of interesting, of course, that how common, how widespread this is. Levi Strauss.
There's that Strauss again, because the other guy was Richard Strauss, the guy who wrote the theme to the 2001. Yeah, Levi's also, the Levi's logo, you'll notice that there's an R at the very top. It's like a registered trademark thing with a circle. It's an R with a circle.
Oh, yes.
On the very right of the Levi's logo. Yeah, that R is the 18th letter. That's when Elvis was born, 1/8. And you have a circle, which is a crown, which is the 15th letter, makes 33. So you have 18, which is the R, then the O around it, and that's 15, the O is 15th letter, it makes 33, 18 and 15. And that's basically what you're seeing. You're seeing Elvis, his birthday, and the crown.
Wow.
And I told you the words Elvis birthday. If you just wrote those words, Elvis birthday, it equals the exact same as the words the Antichrist. Every number is the same. Forward, reduce, backward. Elvis birthday is the Antichrist.
Now, let me add on a couple of things here because it ties into what you've been talking about. So Levi, the guy who designed the Baphomet, was this occultist named Eliphas Levi. That name Levi has stood out to me. Well, the Church of Satan is situated on the West Coast, and they pray to Leviathan. And Leviathan is the serpent of the abyss, the beast of the sea. And interestingly, the founder's name of the Church of Satan, they changed it to Anton LaVey, and it's spelled Leviathan around the star in Hebrew characters, but it's kind of an anagram for Anton LaVey, Leviathan. So this Leviathan is
Oh,
encoded.
that's a good one. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, so I'm
That's a
looking,
good one.
I'm
I
like,
didn't
wait,
know that one.
Levi, the whole water thing, the beast from the sea, the worship of the serpent, it's all kind of encoded into this thing.
Yeah, I knew about the Levi, and I'm saying I didn't know that it was a play on words with the Leviathan on that. But yeah, I know about the Leviathan being the beast out of the sea. And Levi, just the word Levi itself, it's missing the S, right? And I told you the S is the 19. S is the 19th letter, and I told you that that's what that whole 19 crown was about. So basically, it's saying that evil needs its crown. You see what I'm saying? Like Elvis is, if you took out the S out of Elvis, it would be the word evil. You know what I mean? The anagram.
Yeah,
You know.
definitely.
So it's missing that crown. So yeah. So that's what he went. He got his 19 crown, but he needs. He needs another crown to go above what he was originally, Lucifer in heaven. Because when Lucifer got thrown out, he became Satan. He lost his 19 crown. That's what I said. So now he's got the 19 crown, but he needs another crown. He needs, that's what I'm saying. He needs his, and that's what Trump and Obama's there for. That's his. See, Elvis's crown is Trump. Trump's crown is Obama. Okay, and the 19 crown is Elvis also. So it's like three crowns basically, yeah. And I know it's hard to understand. Anyone listening to this, they'll think you're a nut, if they don't understand my videos. You have to go see them to understand it.
Yeah, I put a link on the last archives because you're just dropping facts and describing things as you see it. It's like you have to go through it and see it for yourself. This upside down crown is kind of a fascinating thing as well as a symbol. The idea of falling and fallen, the anchor, the sinking, it's all reiterating the same kind of themes. And it reminds me of how I mentioned Elton John, the Rocket Man. He owns the photograph of the falling man from 9/11. And I think that falling man photo is obviously fake, but I think it's some kind of a symbol, this falling man. Now get this, the guy who photographed the falling man on 9/11, 33 years prior, is the guy who photographed Robert F. Kennedy as he fell, dying after having been shot. So the significance here,
that's ridiculous.
the Kennedy royal family, royalty, falling, death, Rocket Man. There's something here, but I do think that there's a repeated theme that has to do with the worship of this fallen angel.
Well, and Rocket Man, his birth date is connected to this whole puzzle also. Hold on one second. Stupid. Somebody's car is driving me nuts. Anyway, Rocket Man, that idiot, Elton John, he's born on 3/25, okay? 3/25 is normally the 84th day of the year, but on leap year it's 85. And Trump's going to get his head one on the 8485 day because it's going to land on the 85, the leap year. This is just stupid car. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. It's just driving me nuts, that car noise.
Probably some CIA. They call in. Like, hey, look, JL's talking to IPS. Send in some distraction.
Yeah. Anyway, listen, first of all, I just want to tell everybody I apologize for interrupting you guys with this conversation. I really was only calling to tell them the codes. I wasn't going to get into the Elvis stuff because I don't think people want to hear it again. I just want to make sure people knew the fake news codes before I ever forgot to talk about that.
Oh, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you called.
I didn't mean to.
No, this is good. Look, a lot of people are new to the Elvis thing, so please, we appreciate it.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to. Yeah, I feel bad for hogging all the, the time, your time, dude. I can't believe that nobody's stopping that stupid horn. Stupid piece of crap. Can you hear that?
Oh yeah, it's wild. Now, it sounds like the apocalypse is happening over there. It sounds like chaos. There's
but just real quick about the don't forget what you're going to say. The Rocket Man, he's born on it's the 3/25 he's born on, that Elton John. 8/4, normally it's the 84th day of the year, 3/25, but on leap year it's 85, so that's 8/4/85 because Trump's going to get his head one on 8/4, but it lands on the 8/5 day, right? But here's the thing, 3/25 also connects to 6/11. because on a leap year, 611 is 162, 163rd day of the year. 162 plus 163 equals 325. So you see how even the 84th day of the year, 325, connects to both August 4th and to June 11th. So go
Yes.
ahead.
Yes. No, I see this. There's all the principal characters in this are weirdly connected. The one that really gets me is the weekend with this February 16th and his head wound thing, totally connecting to the 216th day. I mean, you've made a number of these connections that are just undeniable. Trump is a Gemini, by the way. We're entering into Gemini in a few days. I'm keeping an eye on that as NASA's sending 2 astronauts to space on something with Boeing. Anyway, we've covered quite a lot of ground. I'm going through the comments to see if we've missed anything. And I think I'm going to put a link to your channel in the chat in case anybody has missed it. Also, thank you for calling and helping me test out the phones. You're the first caller on the new phone system,
All right.
and this has worked out perfectly.
All right, cool, man. All right. Anyway, anyone want to just know what's going on? Just come to the channel. Let them know what you could just type in, I think, Jurassic Liars Elvis Seattle, and it'll take you there. But yeah, and then once you get there, I'll tell you what to do on what to watch and stuff. But I apologize for taking all the time up. So
No, but
anyway,
look,
I'll let you go, man. 'Cause I
we
know
all
you need-
we know we're intrigued by this information, and now people know there's something else that we have to pay attention to, which are these name codes. And we've paid attention to names, but you've picked up on some threads, O.J. Simpson and others. So we'll continue, to build on this conversation. So thank you for calling. I appreciate your time, and we'll probably see
All
you in
right.
the chats. See ya.
All right, take care. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. That's our first caller on the new phone system. That's Jurassic Liars. And by the way, you can get a link to his channel if you go to the last newsletter, the last Patreon post, and I have it up here on my Minds.com account. It says sub to Jurassic Liars here. The account name is Jurassic Liars Elvis Seattle 611, and I'm gonna spam it in the chat 3 or 4 times. So there's 123 people here. Actually, there's more than that. But that's how many are just on these 6 platforms. Unmuted Mind, Sim Sun, exclamation marks, yep. Honeybee says he's got the 666 phone number. Oh, look, I just got this number randomly. I didn't pick this one. And I haven't given the number out because I don't know if it changes. But the number on the screen, if you're standing on your head, does have a 666 in it. And, according to their own rules, you have to read things backward, forward, anagrams, ambigrams. Like this thing with Brock Purdy, who looks like Lee Harvey Oswald. And as JL pointed out, as Jurassic Liars pointed out, Barack. It's like Brock, Barack. There's a play on words. And then you got Travis Kelce, and it has this interesting connection to Elvis Presley, sort of a phonetic anagram, or it's how they do these plays on words. And then he holds the trophy, and he sings Viva Las Vegas terribly, but it's an Elvis invocation. All right, let's see here. Catching up on everyone's comments. Yeah, Kevin Mooring says he has multiple channels like you, Tim. Yeah, I was introduced to him when he was on his 26th. That's why I refer to him as JL26. But he's probably at 50 by now. I mean, we were up to like 160. Nicotramus says great caller. Aries 1 says subbed. Phonetic Homologues, Powers of Suggestion says, is it, now, this is one of the constellations, isn't it the serpent? Is it Ophiuchus? Is it the 13th? But yes, they do play with words in a lot of different ways. And to really understand mass media, you have to look at marketing, subliminal advertising, propaganda techniques. But there's another area where people aren't really looking, magic. You have to look at the magical philosophies, whether you believe in it or not. It's not about that. It's about the perspectives that they have on how things work, their lens, and the lens of someone who incorporates into their worldview the belief in magic, down to the spoken word and statements of intent, and these things having some objective effect on reality. They have a different framework from those who have been brought into the dead universe where everything is just objects in space and everything's grinding to a halt and nothing means anything. But if you subscribe to the notion that everything is intrinsically meaningful, then it all makes a lot more sense. But the occult, the esoteric is there, whether or not you choose to see it, and it's in our faces. And it's very integrated. I mean, we were talking about some of these world stage characters. So Timothy McVeigh, 33, incinerated. Inspired by the death of Dave Koresh, 33, incinerated. McVeigh was inspired also by Turner Diaries, which caused him to want to blow up that Oklahoma City government building. And that's another immolation. All these fiery things. That was actually on, what, 4/19, the anniversary date of that Maxwell Osrello burning himself to death. Repeated themes. But anyway, the Turner Diaries was written by a man who was born on 9/11, 1933. So you have 9/11 references in Turner Diaries. It even foreshadows a bomb-laden plane crashing into the Pentagon or the Capitol building. I mean, it gets pretty specific. So here you have McVeigh, the American OBL, executed on 6/11 at 33. Then 3 months later, on 9/11, 33-year-old Muhammad Atta leads the attacks on the Twin Towers. I mean, this story's a story, and whoever wrote it, the writers, however it's orchestrated, it's a closed system. Like there's no coincidences on the world stage. Okay, let's continue. Kevin Mooring says you don't have to believe it because they do. Yeah, for me it's like situational awareness. We need to know what the normies believe, because if they believe in absurdities, they can be led to commit atrocities, Voltaire. And if you don't know what they're thinking, what they believe, then you won't know how to. I mean, it's situational awareness. We saw what they can do when the hive mind is activated in 2020. But then it's also important to know what the Pied Pipers are thinking. How are they seeing things? What is the perspective of those who are pulling the strings? That's why we study the controlled opposition so much. I'm trying to understand the world stage, which is a model of the world, and it's a model based upon collective agreement. In Leave the World Behind, they referenced it as the internet they were talking about, as a mass, well, no, it was an agreed upon mass delusion. That's what she said. Julia Roberts' character, an agreed upon mass delusion. So I'm not agreeing to the mass delusion, but I study it so I know what they agree on. Similar to imagine being in a theocratic society and they worship some fake god that is fake, some entity, and you don't want to be a part of it, but you have to understand what everybody else thinks because you don't want to offend them or get burned at the stake. So I like to know, of course, what do the sheeple think, and then what are the wolves in sheep's clothing intending to do with the weaponized fear of the masses, which is what it really comes down to. Going through some comments. Honeybee says, in Manhattan, man, Hatta. Yeah, this is one of the things that Jurassic Liars had spoken about, Muhammad Atta. Atta, like Muhammad attacks on 9/11. Muhammad Atta led the attacks. Seattle contains Atta, like sea attack. Jurassic Liars, Elvis, Seattle 6/11, and Trump on 8/4, Ohio says, the Kansas City Chiefs kicker who did the controversial commencement speech had the hoax code, and where he made the speech had the hoax code also. Interesting. He has the sexual innuendo codes. Yeah, they use those shamelessly. It's really bad with NASA. I mean, NASA is, I call it an Egyptian mystery school. And that's being nice about it. He says Harrison Butker was his name, and the place was Benedictus College. Oh my goodness. See, now here's something to consider. And look what he's capitalizing. Sun, B-U-T, D-I-C. Okay, you see this, right? Subliminally, it all goes in. Subliminally. As in, we are eyes wide open. I think this is one of the big clues of Kubrick they left us, is that our subconscious is us. We are not just our ego awareness, our limited frame of reference that makes everything coherent, but we're the bigger part of our being that doesn't always process itself into words. And that bigger part that's more receptive, your subconscious, is just a target for nonstop propaganda messaging. Nonstop. Nothing gets by. Nothing, like, there's no way to truly inoculate yourself against it other than awareness of it, which is what we're doing here. The fact that you're noticing the propaganda, noticing the occult messages, means it's likely not working on you. This is in line with magical theory. I was studying about sigils and the concept behind sigil magic, which is big in what you call the chaos magic paradigm. And the idea here is that in order to access or to give commands to the subconscious, it has to be communicated with through symbols, through nonverbal communication, specifically encoding messages is a way to reach it, but it has to be in such a way that it bypasses the conscious awareness. So you take a word, or rather an entire sentence, and you condense these letters until it's unintelligible. Now, even though it's unintelligible, and when you see it, you can't extrapolate anything meaningful from it, the theory here is that your subconscious unpacks it, and it gets past the filter. And if it doesn't get past the filter, it won't work. You can't cast the spell without tricking yourself. So the trickery is an element that's pretty much intrinsic to magic, not just stage magic, but ritual magic. Stage magic, they trick the eyes. Ritual magic, you trick the mind. And what I'm saying is that what they're doing with all this esoteric, subliminal, ritual stuff in the media is they are tricking your minds. I call it sleight of mind. Mango Penguin says Piers Anthony is good with that wordplay. Oh yeah, these writers on the world stage, at times I think that they're Shakespeare. At other times I think they've bottomed out. Like, have they ever recovered from Waynell Sexton? That's one of the worst things they've ever come up with. Yeah, Human Vibrations. I'll reach out. I just listened to a podcast with Human Vibrations on the Sam Tripoli show, and how would you describe this person's channel? They talk about the fakery of it all, and this is something that I find surprising, is that you have these popular conspiracy theorists who are totally against the grain. They're rebels, like Neos in the Matrix, but they won't go as far as saying fake. Now, they used to balk at the word flat. If you said flat around any mainstream conspiracy theorist, they kick you out. Now they're all flat on their own, or they're globe questioners, globe skeptics. But for the most part, flat is no longer a banned F word. They're all flat friendly. And they're not fake friendly. Now they're fake averse. So those who used to hate flat earth because it went too far and makes us look crazy are embracing it. And now fake is the new frontier. And Sam Tripoli's like, oh, you say fake and it's too far. You make us look. And so Human Vibrations is someone who's unapologetically dropping the fake bombs. We have to use that F word. Fake, fake, fake. The problem is it's been co-opted in a very partisan way, thanks largely to Trump. So what I've been working on this channel is fine-tuning our definitions here. It's not enough to just say hoax or psyop. We have to have some nuance. But Human Vibrations, again, is someone who's approaching media from the level of, okay, we have to find out what the new frontier is, really discerning fake from real. And what this really does, one of the reasons why there's resistance to it, is it reveals and exposes that many truthers are not as awake as they think. They've all fallen lockstep into some kind of controlled opposition cesspool. Okay, going through your comments. Honeybee says, why are they reporting that Timothy McVeigh died with his eyes open? I hadn't heard that, although I had read he was on a compound that was 33 acres, had a P.O. Box 33, and they had a composer performing music, classical music, during his electrocution as he ascended into the heavens. That's what they said. And the composer was 33. There's a whole article about Timothy McVeigh and these 33s at his execution. And I guess they're assuming he's going into heaven, which is just like, okay. Something else that's interesting, he was alleged to have killed 168 victims in the Oklahoma City bombing. And many have pointed out that the actor who played Timothy McVeigh is now an FBI agent, Paul Weisapal. And Paul Weisapal is credited with having saved 168 children. Think about that. 168, 168. Okay, continuing. Jurassic Liar says, look for the names in the stories that have either the name man or son in the victim or suspect's name. Yeah, definitely. There's something here. Names are huge. Sometimes they're jokes. We've talked about oftentimes the names come out of literature, or they're a code for something, like Ashley Babbitt, likely a reference to the Babbitts, which is one of these characters from a book by Upton Sinclair, and it's about these Americans wrapped in the American flag who are worried about communists and changes in society. And Ashley Babbitt is, trad right, literally wrapped in a flag when she gets shot and fake killed. Kevin Mooring says the Earth is flat on 6 sides like the cube of Saturn. Duas Impera says Tripoli went all along with everything fake except Joe Rogan, who's 100% legit. Okay, yeah, the thing is, the boundary's being pushed. But sometimes I think what they've done is they poison the well. So here we are accurately describing what aspects of the mass media are faked and contrived. And then you have this flood of anonymous conspiracy theorists all over X, all over Twitter, who are saying things like koala bears are fake. It's like, what? Gorillas are fake. Chimpanzees are fake. And it gets worse than just fake animals. Then you have the Mandela effect, like everything's fake, everything's shifting. So they go too far. And I've seen this. This is almost a tactic. Someone asked David Icke, what shape is the world? And he's like, well, it could be this. It could be a cube. It could be a ball. It's whatever you think it is. What does it matter? They always deflect. But the point of it is, we aren't trying to say reality's fake. We're saying the world view we agree upon has been tampered with. It's fakeable, and it's not an accurate representation of what it's supposed to be. The map is not the territory. Mr. Trustworthy says, Sam Tripoli curiously hasn't invited you on his show. Maybe I should contact him and see if we have any common ground. I believe we do. I do want to have a repeat conversation with Human Vibration. We talked when I was with Dark Matter, and it's really, there's got to be a lot more to talk about. We've been kind of on the same trajectory. That was like right after 2020, and a lot has happened. But I feel like we need to talk about predictive programming and what it isn't. Because there's still this truth or orthodoxy that I believe is holding a lot of people under the spell still. And it's the idea that media is divinely inspired. Or rather, what I mean by that is that man cannot be the source of a lot of the media manipulation. And it gets to be sort of almost an easy way to explain away what might be a very complicated apparatus. And that's what I'm trying to get at here. Discerning fake from real. I don't want to ignore the man behind the curtain because the illusion is so compelling. Okay, continuing. So again, yeah, Jurassic Liars has pointed out those are the main hoax codes in their fake stories. Another one, Top Gun 2. if you watch Top Gun 2, this is just an example because this is a very popular movie. It came out at the same time as Elvis, but one of the top movies in the world with a top movie star, uh, Tom Cruise. But the names, he plays Pete Maverick, which of course Tom Cruise, the name Thomas, twins, Cruise, Cross, Second Coming references. There's a pilot named Phoenix. There's a pilot named Hangman, like Hanged Man. The actor was 33, and Hangman refers to himself as the savior, and he calls himself good multiple times, but obviously God. You have Rooster. Rooster is the character who is in the position where his dad would have been 33 years prior, because there's a 33-year separation between the two movies, chronologically, and even in their production dates. So it's interesting as Rooster is another one of these things like the Phoenix that has been a symbol of Christ. So you got Rooster, Phoenix, and Hangman as these pilots, and then Tom Cruise. All of them referencing this Christ or some kind of resurrection. And of course, the movie itself is just replete with symbolism of the jets represented almost like obelisks, and then you got of course the sun, the solar references it's all throughout. And there's a scene which is easily borrowed from Star Wars where Luke is, fighting these TIE fighters, where Tom Cruise is fighting this pilot who's wearing a black helmet looking like Darth Vader, and he has 33 rounds left. So it's replete with 33s, sun god references, and of course, Tom Cruise himself has already brought that to the table in a million different ways. Vanilla Sky, he's 33, dies, comes back from the dead. He's the Jesus Christ of Scientology. And you cannot separate Scientology from NASAtology. NASAtology is the dominant world religion. It's our concept of space. And the advent of Scientology, before it was Scientology, you had L. Ron Hubbard, hanging out with Warlock Jack Parsons, the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley, who was representing Mystery Babylon. And implementing this new space religion meant mixing Mystery Babylon with science fiction. So you get a science fiction author to work with an occultist and a movie star. And that's really where NASA has its genesis. And it's not far removed from the Russian space pioneers who are always about cosmism and theosophy. I mean, you cannot separate space from occultism. Okay, continuing on your comments. Yes, Jurassic Liars, good catch, Tim, with the Top Gun stuff, and the word gun is 42. Top Gun, it came out, like you said, while Elvis was playing in the theaters. Yeah, the timing of these movie releases are very significant. And so, okay, T2, Top Gun 2, the second movie, the Tom Cruise is always shown with the sun behind him or hanging. You'll often see him like a hangman, like the character Hangman. That's just one of the repeated themes with him. And in the character Rooster, you have this idea of a resurrection. And then, of course, his name is Pete Maverick, and I think Pete has some reference to Peter. It means a rock. There's quite a lot here. It would tie into the rock star theme. And in fact, in the movie, there's a very subtle reference to David Bowie. He walks into a bar, and the girl in the movie Labyrinth, is it Jennifer Connelly? Is that her name? She's in Top Gun 2, and when he walks into the bar, there's a David Bowie song playing. Very subtle, but meaningful. Yeah, Top Gun Maverick. Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, Rooster, exactly. Rooster, we know the other name for a rooster. I did a whole breakdown of that, and I can show you all the 33s, how, look, the movie is just replete with 33s, like everything Tom Cruise does. He divorced all of his wives when they turned 33. And now, I mentioned his Scientology connection and how he can't separate Scientology from NASAtology. Well, consider this. He did Eyes Wide Shut with Stanley Kubrick. Right there, you got Kubrick, NASA. And Kubrick's daughter is a Scientologist. The daughter who's friends with Alex Jones, and she goes on InfoWars to say, my dad didn't fake the moon landing. Yeah, Scientology, NASA, movie magic. And behind it all, behind Scientology, behind NASAtology, is the occult. It's the true world religion behind the scenes. And movie magic is a huge part of it. Something else to consider, when Parsons and Hubbard were out in the desert with Marjorie Cameron is the first person to report seeing a UFO, a light from the sky coming down. And it was a year after their Babylon working. There's so much we can go into here, but Tom Cruise gave a speech at the Oscars, the first Oscars after 9/11, and he weirdly spent like a minute talking about Stanley Kubrick. Why? I think Kubrick would have been one of the main meta scripters behind the 9/11 drama. Dewis in Paris says Tom wants to be the first man to live forever, just like he said in Vanilla Sky. So Vanilla Sky, you have Tom Cruise and Penelope Cruz, another Cruz. Cruz is cross, and she plays a character named Sophia, which is a goddess reference. So he's David and Sophia. These names are very significant here. Now he comes across this company called LE, which is Life Extension. So ELLE, very significant here. And he's going to this company to buy his immortality after death, to be cryogenically frozen. And he meets this woman in red, the woman with the red hair. And there's so many connections in his movies. Vanilla Sky is a must-watch. Cameron Crowe directed it. But the code is deep. It's pretty much got the Gnostic Christ, death, resurrection. It's got coronavirus predictive programming. It's got 9/11 stuff. And it has some profound messaging, but it's basically the esoteric side of Scientology, NASAtology, Thelema, the occult. But living forever is the theme there. And there was one other point. I'd like to go through that movie in detail, because I've noticed there's this continuity between Eyes Wide Shut and Vanilla Sky. I mean, these are two different movies, two different directors, but there is sort of a continuity there worth exploring. Maybe we'll get to that some other time. Okay, let's move on. We're just now scratching the surface. Let me read some comments. I got some comments on my YouTube channel. I want to make sure I address all of them. We says, spell check on YouTube capitalizes chemtrail. What does that mean? Inks G says, how dare you be anti-authoritarian? You must trust in authority. I shudder to think about the mindset. Oh yes, that's a reaction to the auto hoaxer versus auto believer video, where after my interview with Mick Media, they had a psychiatrist come on the show, and she was asked, well, what do you make of someone like Tim, who calls things fake? And she's like, well, he must be anti-authoritarian. I'm like, okay, and? Like, who isn't anti-authoritarian? I certainly believe in legitimate authority, but I'm not an authoritarian. Deleted user says, I don't like Vibes of Cosmos attitude, feels psyopy, where he says, I'm right, everyone's wrong. Don't believe this person, that's sus. I like God Glovmatzi. How do you say that name? He doesn't pretend he knows everything. He's more like a real person. I'm not buying Vibes of Cosmos. That's military intelligence. Okay, so the Vibes of Cosmos channel is the guy that suggests that the moon is a projection in the ionosphere of the world itself, and it's projected from a light source below, a black sun. And that if you look at the craters on the so-called moon, you're really looking at shadows representing the patches of land, and then the lit areas would be the oceans. So if the moon is a map of the world, and you go by Vibes of Cosmos's breakdown of it, then you would conclude that a certain cluster of craters represent the continents we know, and there is much more land to the world. It's fascinating. It's undeniable that he has found some very strong correlations. Could it be pareidolia? Even if so, it's so remarkable that it's worth looking at. If I was a true believer in the space religion and I was into astronomy, I would probably find it intriguing, but weirdly, people are incurious about it. It's an interesting theory overall, but it is kind of questionable when people are anonymous. Like, what are you hiding from? Unless, I mean, seriously, these anonymous channels are starting to really bother me. It's like, what's with this dodging of accountability? If your ideas are valid, you're risking having them stolen if you don't own them. So what's the reason? I feel the same way about Donnie Darkened. Donnie Darkened is a Twitter account who's always hyping up Trump as the Antichrist, and he's probably right. But then he gets on Tim Pool and he still hides his face. To me, that sounds like a psyop, disinformation. And what it could be is this. I think that they know it's going to happen, but they want to make sure that the conversation is firmly in the grasp of controlled opposition. Okay, now again, if you join on the main channel or if somebody hands you a wrench, you'll be able to leave comments, and I always prioritize these. Deleted user says, the thing that sucks about the left is they understand how the economy works. They understand a lot of things, but they cannot connect the dots on the CIA, FBI, and PSYOPs. All these things exist and they cause problems, but they cannot seem to understand that they would run PSYOPs on the United States. Yeah, here's the thing about the left, is the left is in the church of MSM. They have taken the injectable Eucharist. They believe it's priesthood, and they believe in the modern replacement for angels, aliens. They believe in this whole new system. They're the believers. The conspiracy theorists, or those on the right, they don't believe in the mainstream church. They have their alternative do-it-yourself type of church. They don't need the priesthood. So you could look at this by analogy as Protestants to the mother church. So the controlled opposition, the conspiracy theorists, the alternative media, they're really just the Protestants to the mainstream. There's a dynamic they set up here on purpose. But you're never going to get anyone from the far left, from Woketown, to see how media really works. It will never happen. The only people who are salvageable are those who've never thought about it, like the blue pill normies, or the truthers, who have at least understood that we're being lied to. It's interesting how it works, though, because the lefties, the Woketown, they just assume that it's all true unless they're told it's a lie, and the people calling it a lie are questionable themselves. They're tinfoil hatters. This is why I'm looking forward to my lawsuit. This whole lawsuit against Google, YouTube, it's legitimate, it's deserved, they need to pay, but it also represents the conspiracy crowd hitting back for once. Because, the truth of it is, normies, wokies are treated with kid gloves. They don't face any censorship. Everything they say is just super safe. Okay, let's move on. Going through some more of these comments left behind. Kate Emma says, the very fact that the recent Aurora Borealis could be seen across multiple timelines, all the way from the west coast to the southeast coast of the UK, an 8-hour difference. Apparently some Europeans could also see them, which is another 1-hour advance of the UK, means it could not have been a natural occurrence. Here's an article from Popular Science, April 2019, quote, NASA creates artificial auroras in the sky above Norway. NASA's artificial aurora was designed to tell the agency more about real ones. Over the weekend, residents of far northern Norway got to see them in the skies above their home. These weren't standard northern lights they often see. Instead, these were artificially created by NASA rockets. NASA's Azure mission seeks to understand more about how auroras move in our atmosphere. As part of this research project, scientists decided to create their own. Okay, I'll have to look into that project. That sounds like
90 seconds.
Okay, I see what we have. We just ran out of time. By the way, the Blog Talk Radio is the new phone system, which means you can call in and there's a caller queue and you can actually listen. So if you want to talk and I'm talking to somebody else you can call in and be on hold, and you can still listen. But we just tested it out, and I had a 2-hour limit, and we just reached it. That first call was with Jurassic Liars, and I believe we had a good 90-minute talk. Someone posted a link to a Miles Mathis